Chapter 1233. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's 5 intents had reached the peak of the 4th level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4th level. Just the combination of the 5 intents was already very powerful, not to mention the other intents. Now, Lu Ming could easily crush ordinary geniuses of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. The machete exploded, and Lu Qingzhou's body flew far away. His body was almost smashed, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How could he be so strong? He roared in his heart, extremely terrified. Being ranked 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent group meant that there were many geniuses there. For him to be ranked 2nd among so many geniuses, he was definitely 2nd only to one person and above millions of others. He was an invincible existence at the same level. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches. It was really unbelievable. All he wanted now was to escape as far as he could. But obviously, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and punched out. A violent force crushed towards Lu Qingzhou. No, no! Lu Qingzhou roared hysterically, but in the next moment his body suddenly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bloodline power gathered towards the keys, and in the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At this moment, the 6 blood-colored keys vibrated as if they were resonating with each other, emitting a strong blood-colored light. Then, the light of the 6 keys gathered, forming an extremely strong blood-colored light pillar that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, even Lu Ming could see this blood-colored light pillar from a very far distance away. What's that? What a strong blood-colored light. Could a rare treasure have appeared? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One by one, figures pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was stunned. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? Then it would be too difficult to gather 9 keys. It would be strange if such a phenomenon did not attract other experts. There was nowhere to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the Heavenly God sect. If that's the case, I'll kill whoever dares to touch me. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood quietly in the void and waited. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 youths in feathered robes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was actually Muju. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he shouted loudly, revealing a cold light. 6 keys. A mere piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. It looks like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the Divine Wilderness continent be to be able to gather 6 keys? He must have encountered a continent that was even more trashy, allowing Lu Ming to obtain the 6 keys. If I kill him, I'll be able to gather the 9 keys. A young man in silver-white feathered robes licked his lips and sneered. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Muju laughed. There were 7 heavens prides from the white feather continent here. One of them, the young man in white feathered robes, was an existence that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. He was superior to the other heavens prides. With the heavens prides from the white feather continent here, he was sure that Lu Ming was going to die. Bush, bush. The sound of something breaking through the air continued to ring out. A group of youths appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a face full of green whiskers and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Ha, these 6 keys are mine. The young man with the green whiskers saw the 6 blood-red keys above Lu Ming's head and his eyes emitted a blazing light. There were 4 keys above his head. Adding Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Man Feng, it's you. On the white feather continent, the young man in silver feathered robes had a slight change in expression. The young man with the green whiskers came from the yellow verdant continent and was ranked 5th in the Divine Ruins continent group. The young man with the green whiskers was also an expert that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Ha, Silver Wing, What a coincidence. The young man with the green whiskers grinned. Manfeng, I found this brat first. You should leave as soon as possible. Silver Wing said coldly. Ha, what a joke. This is the heavenly god sex assessment. Who told you about first come first serve? It depends on ability. The keys will belong to whoever kills him first. Manfeng grinned. He looked simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air from other directions. More young Heaven's Prides had arrived. But when they saw Manfeng and Silver Wing, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the Heaven's Prides that stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Retreat. Let's go. The faces of those who came later changed drastically as they retreated. Lu Ming is dead meat. One of them was the Divine Wilderness Continent's Heaven's Pride, Lion Capital. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a gloating light as he fled far away. At this moment, Silver Wing suddenly launched an attack. A pair of silver wings appeared behind his back. Like a silver lightning bolt, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silver Wing, you're despicable. How dare you launch a sneak attack? This brat is mine. Manfeng roared. The roar of a beast could be heard from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely treated Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already sealed. He was dead for sure. They had to be wary of him. He's mine. Silver Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In this way, if he killed Lu Ming first, Lu Ming's blood-colored key would naturally belong to him. Hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged Silver Wing's claw. Brat, you still dare to dodge? That. Silver Wing roared. His claws swiftly clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he lose it? In his heart, he did not consider that if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, wouldn't it be normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He only thought that if Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he destroy his opportunity? Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. The aura of a 7th-level spirit god was completely released. The 5-colored concept revolved around him as he punched out. This punch directly hit one of Silver Wing's claws. Crack. Chapter 1234. What? Manfeng was originally rushing towards Lu Ming, worried that Silver Wing would take the initiative. But suddenly he saw that Silver Wing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch, and he kept retreating. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by the Silver Wing in 2 moves. In his heart, he was silently praying that Lu Ming could dodge and block a few moves. Never did he expect that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Shrouded by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silver Wing felt cold all over and quickly retreated. You don't want to kill me. Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, caught up with Silver Wing in an instant, and struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silver Wing's hair stand on end, and his muscles trembled in fear. Caw! A sharp cry was heard. Silver Wing turned into a big silver bird, exuding a silver light and extraordinary power. It turned out that Silver Wing was not a human, but a demon. This was his original form. In his original form, Silver Wing folded his wings and blocked in front of him, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Lu Ming's palm slashed down, crushing the Silver Wing's protective demonic power. The palm slashed on the Silver Wing's wings, emitting a loud clang. The Silver Wing directly exploded and silver feathers flew all over the sky. Silver Wing screamed and retreated like crazy, like a silver lightning bolt. Bam! 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 Lu Ming stepped forward, using the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one, and the power of each step fell on Silver Wing's body. With each step, Silver Wing's body shook violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silver Wing let out a shrill scream, and then his body was torn apart. Silver blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Feng was flabbergasted. Then he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silver Wing's battle prowess was about the same as his, but in Lu Ming's hands he was killed in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. This was the first thing that flashed through his mind. Then he turned around and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why are you running away now? A cold voice rang in Man Feng's ears. Man Feng roared in fright. He exploded with all his strength and punched towards Lu Ming. But what welcomed him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! When the two fists collided, Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his arm had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that was Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping brute wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment, he was drowned out. Then, with a scream, Man Feng was killed. Two top powerhouses who could step foot on the 36th Tiangang Peak were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. How could this be? Not too far away, the geniuses of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Verdant Continent looked at this scene in shock. They were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Especially Mu Ju, he kept muttering, completely unable to accept everything in front of him. Lu Ming's battle prowess was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the ruins of God. Even the experts at the Great Perfection Spirit God realm were no match for Lu Ming. However, the geniuses who could set foot on the 36 Tiangang peaks had the battle prowess of a Great Perfection Spirit God. They could even kill a Great Perfection Spirit God. Their battle prowess was incomparably close to that of a Supreme Being. They were definitely above Lu Ming at that time. He originally thought that with Silver Wing's battle prowess, it was enough to kill Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming effortlessly slashed Silver Wings and Brute Wind consecutively. He did not even unleash his bloodline. This kind of combat power was simply too shocking and terrifying. Mu Ju, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Mu Ju with eyes full of killing intent. No. Mu Ju was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Lu Ming's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Mu Ju. No, don't kill me. Help. Mu Ju screamed crazily, completely without the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, please let me go. Mu Ju was about to cry. Why didn't you consider letting me go when we were in the ruins of God? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably cold. He must kill Mu Ju. Lu Ming, I'm the young lord of the Mu family. My father is the patriarch of the Mu family, an emperor. If you want to kill me, no one can save you. You're dead meat. Mu Ju screamed. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, he began to threaten. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. Mu Ju was trembling in fear. He only knew how to scream. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Ju. With a palm strike, Mu Ju didn't have the slightest strength to resist and was killed by Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant, because there were a total of 9 blood-red keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now, he had killed Silver Wing and Man Feng. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. But now, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 keys at a time. Any more and it would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's open that palace first. Lu Ming's eyes looked at the palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching rapidly. In the sky, a sword light fell from the sky, aiming at Lu Ming. Before the sword light arrived, a terrifying chill descended, as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword light. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice shards that scattered in all directions. It was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying chill. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. He looked down and saw a layer of ice crystals on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 types of essence of heaven and earth and was covered by his vital essence. Under his skin, there was also a layer of dragon power due to the outburst of dragon power. However, the cold air actually penetrated multiple layers of defense and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a chill before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white walking towards Lu Ming step by step. There were 5 keys floating above this person's head. It's him! Lu Ming's eyes moved. This person was one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace. He was as famous as Ji Hongqian and Wang Zhen. Ice Dragon. Chapter 1235. Not bad. You were able to take one of my attacks and only took 3 steps back. You're pretty strong. Ice Dragon stepped down step by step and spoke calmly, looking high and mighty. He had seen how Lu Ming killed Silver Wing and Man Feng, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36th astral peak didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silver Wing and Man Feng at all. You want my key too? Lu Ming looked at Ice Dragon and asked. I can't miss this chance. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. Ice Dragon said coldly, as if he was certain that Lu Ming would be defeated. You're that confident? Silver Wing and Man Feng were also that confident, but they ended up giving me your key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me with those 2 trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. Ice Dragon smiled confidently. He walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke, and a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Lu Ming's true yuan boiled and burned fiercely. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ice Dragon's voice turned cold, and countless ice crystals appeared around him. That was the condensation of the water vapor in the air, which had been frozen by the cold air. Even the wind around the Ice Dragon had stopped, as if it had been frozen. Ice Dragon pointed at Lu Ming, and a terrifying chill shot toward Lu Ming. The chill seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! Lu Ming's true yuan roared in his body, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth were circulated to the extreme. A pair of 5-colored gloves formed on his fists, and he punched out at the attack. Bang! An intense explosion rang out, and a white, cold chi ripple spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky for thousands of miles around them turned white, and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. So cold! This time, not only Lu Ming's fists, but even his body was covered in a layer of white ice crystals. Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that Lu Ming had managed to block his attack. He was confident that he could kill geniuses like Silver Wing and Man Feng with this single finger. Icebound 10,000 miles. The cold aura around Ice Dragon's body became even colder. This time, it changed from a finger to a palm. With a palm strike, cold aura filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, space seemed to have been frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp, unable to move. It's your honor to die from this move of mine. Ice Dragon's cold voice sounded. Really? Then let's try the 9th dragon force. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. The 9th dragon's force erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was suffused with a layer of purple sparkling light. Even his muscles were slightly wriggling. This power! Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon power was boiling, and he was filled with endless power. Boom! With a punch, with Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 10-mile radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of sinking into a swamp also disappeared without a trace. Boom! Then, another punch was thrown towards Ice Dragon, colliding with his palm. This power! When the fist and palm collided, Ice Dragon's face changed drastically. His body trembled as 9 layers of ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom boom, the 9 layers of ice crystals turned into ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying power. Chi-chi, the ice crystals contained endless cold aura. They wanted to freeze Lu Ming, but they were all repelled by Lu Ming's power. This cold aura seems to be the ice concept. But why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had come into contact with the concept of ice many times. Although its power was great, it was still worlds apart from the ice dragon. Ice dragon's ice concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised, but ice dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually force him back, which was beyond his expectations. Looks like you were hiding your strength before. Your strength is indeed shocking, but it's still too early to fight with me. Ice Dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and colder. 8th level Spirit God Realm was Ice Dragon's cultivation. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level Spirit God Realm. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, it was easy for Ice Dragon to kill a perfected spirit god. Concept martial technique, absolute 0. At this moment, Ice Dragon performed bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment this sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if everything in the world had stopped moving. There was only that sword light in the world. The ice sword slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. Ice Dragon's cultivation was originally 1 level higher than his. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Ice Dragon did have the right to be arrogant. People like Silver Wing and Manfeng weren't even worthy of carrying Ice Dragon's shoes. They were too far apart and could be killed with a casual move. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stepped into the air and charged towards Ice Dragon. The 2 of them started a great battle. Boom boom boom. This part of the world exploded. Endless energy mixed with terrifying coldness wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-colored light pillar and wanted to rush over to check the situation. But thousands of miles away, they all widened their eyes in horror and then turned around to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Is he still in the same generation as us? Too terrifying. With such strength, he can almost fight with a sovereign, right? Run quickly. Those sky prides scattered in all directions in fear, not daring to get too close for fear of being sucked in and dying an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Ice Dragon had exchanged dozens of moves. Dragon roars shook the sky. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. Every inch of the 9 dragons' body was a weapon of war. He used the true dragon battle technique, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the suppressing hell-heaven skill one after another. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything. The power of the suppressing hell-heaven skill seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the Ice Dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. If he gathered them together, he would be able to contend with it. Rip. With a swipe of his dragon claw, he broke through Ice Dragon's layer of ice battle armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang. The divine dragon swung its tail and the suppressing hell-heaven skill exploded, sending Ice Dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent is he from? He actually has such shocking battle strength. Chapter 12:36. I'll let you off this time. Let's fight again next time. After saying that, the Ice Dragon turned around and left. Just like that it escaped. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He transformed back into his human form and looked coldly in the direction that Ice Dragon had left. Ice Dragon was indeed very strong. Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd bloodline. However, even if he did, he might not be able to kill Ice Dragon. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed Ice Dragon, he would not be able to obtain more keys. Let's see what's inside the palace. Lu Ming flew into the sky and came to the front of the palace. There was a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the tablet that looked like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew toward the 9 small holes. The 9 keys all entered the small holes. Crack! The door of the palace opened. Just as I thought. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Without hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the main door of the hall. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, the door of the palace closed again. There was a large hall in the palace. Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming found that there were several platforms in the hall. There were balls of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the balls of light. On one of the platforms, there were some elixir symbols under the balls of light. The expert of the Heavenly God sect said that there was an opportunity in this small plane. The key was with each of them. The opportunity he mentioned should be these balls of light. Lu Ming guessed and continued to look around. The symbols under the balls of light on the other platform were much more complicated. Below some of the balls of light, there were lightning patterns. Below some of the balls of light, there were flame patterns, water patterns, tornadoes, and so on. What's in these balls of light? How many can I choose? They can't all be mine, right? Lu Ming guessed. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the ball of light with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. The ball of light shattered, and a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. So easy? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he reached out to grab another ball of light. He didn't move an inch. That ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield, firmly blocking Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon power. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it at all. Following that, Lu Ming switched to another ball of light, but the result was still the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the balls of light, but none of them could be broken. It seems that I can only obtain the items in one light ball each time I enter. Lu Ming guessed, but he could only give up. I wonder what's recorded in the pendant? Lu Ming was a little curious. What was the opportunity that the Heavenly God sect was talking about? His soul sense submerged into the jade plate, and he began to examine it carefully. It's a martial skill, a low-grade deity-level martial skill. In 10th level martial skill? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with doubt after he took a look. What was an in 10th level martial skill? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial skills. Apart from bloodline martial skills, all other martial skills were ordinary martial skills. How could there be an in 10th level martial skill? Lu Ming had never heard of it before. Immediately, Lu Ming read the contents carefully. Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial skill. So amazing, so magical. After reading for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what an in 10th level martial skill was. Ordinary martial artists comprehended the in 10th level of heaven and earth. As their cultivation level increased, their power would become stronger. However, they had not unearthed the true power of the intent level. Ordinary martial artists could only use the power of the intent level crudely. For example, Lu Ming's fusion of 5 types of intent levels was only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper aspects of each intent level were not unearthed. As for intent level martial skills, through special operations and application of martial skills, the power of the intent level could be displayed to the fullest, and the hidden power of the intent level could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never heard of intent level martial skills in the Divine Wilderness continent. Intent level martial skills were the same as ordinary martial skills. They were low-grade deity level and high-grade deity level. Low-grade deity level intent level martial skills were mainly about the deeper application of the intent level. As for high-grade deity level martial skills, they were not considered intent level martial skills. They should be called domain martial skills, and they could be used to the extreme of an emperor's domain. The power of intent level martial skills was several times stronger than ordinary martial skills, and even bloodline martial skills. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming looked carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, this is too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is shockingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Intent-level martial skills were powerful, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that even though they were both inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques, the concept martial techniques were 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques. Yes, 100 times. Intent-level martial skills were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial skills. Lu Ming frowned and looked carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and placed it beside him to help him comprehend. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's mind sank into the Thunder God's strike, carefully comprehending its mysteries. After the War of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased tenfold. At this moment, under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, his understanding of the Thunder God's strike was rapidly increasing. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God's strike. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Zzz, bolts of lightning swam around Lu Ming's body, as if they were alive, as if they had spirituality. In the end, there were more and more thunderbolts on Lu Ming's body and they became thinner and thinner. In the end, the endless thunderbolts were thinner than a strand of hair. Countless such thin thunderbolts were actually woven together to form a thunderbolt combat suit. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be struck to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The first level of the Thunder God's strike has been successfully cultivated. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God's strike. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could not cultivate the first level even if they spent their entire lives. Intent-level martial skills are indeed amazing. It can fully unleash the potential of the lightning intent level. I'm still at the first level. The further I cultivate, the stronger the power will be. Lu Ming looked at the Thunder Battle suit on his body. With a thought, the Thunder Battle suit dissipated into nothingness. It seems that Ice Dragon should also be cultivating intent-level martial skills. No wonder the Ice intent level can unleash such terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of Ice Dragon. Chapter 1237. The Divine Ruins Continent was worthy of being the top continent in the Divine Ruins Continent. Martial techniques that had never been heard of in the Divine Wilderness Continent were actually passed down here. Perhaps the 4 great palaces all had their own martial techniques. Most of the strongest geniuses in the 4 great palaces had come into contact with them. After cultivating for many years, their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that Ice Dragon should have cultivated the Ice Will martial technique to the 2nd level. I didn't expect that 7 days have passed unknowingly. It's time to go out. I wonder how Xiao Qing is doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. He had fallen into the previous comprehension unknowingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to comprehend it at this time. He would have definitely looked for Xian Yanqing first. This place was too dangerous. The geniuses were killing each other to seize each other's keys and obtain opportunities. Even with Xian Yanqing's cultivation and combat strength, it was still dangerous. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Gotcha. When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically. Lu Ming stepped out. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed automatically. A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's key. As for the other 8 keys, they disappeared. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Sure enough, someone has entered the palace. Stop him. Don't let him go. It's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. Voices rang out. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was the top genius of the Divine Crocodile Continent, Yiquang. After this period of time, Yiquang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 6th level spirit god. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming in 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they discovered that there were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the door. They knew that someone had entered. The few of them waited in the mountain ridge below. True enough, they saw Lu Ming coming out from it. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength is not weak. Yi Kuang said solemnly. What are you afraid of? With the three of us working together, there's no need to be afraid of him. Another young man said. Scram. Lu Ming coldly shouted. You are courting death. Let's join hands and kill him. A young man roared. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out, shattering the man's body into pieces. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards Yi Kuang and his companion. No? Yi Kuang roared in horror. Bang. Bang. With two explosions, 2 more corpses appeared on the scene, and 3 more keys appeared above Lu Ming's head, turning it back into 4 keys. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and flew in a certain direction. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In just a short while, they had already flown over 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw no less than 10 palaces in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a blood-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Obviously, someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light beam was triggered. I wonder if Shaoqing is over there. Let's go and see. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were also sky prides flying in that direction from other directions. Obviously, the others had also seen the light beam. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Quick, don't let others get ahead of us. Voices sounded one after another. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light beam. Shirdu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people, Lu Ming saw Shirdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Obviously, he had also broken through to the 4th level during this period. Ahead, on a mountain peak, everyone saw a young man in blue. There were 7 blood-red keys above his head. It's him. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He's mine. Sensing the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes emitted a blazing light. Nearly 1,000 young sky prides had entered this time. The weakest of them was even at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. There were even some at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. If they were lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain 9 keys and enter the floating palaces to obtain opportunities. The young man in blue was shocked when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? It's too late to escape. Cold shouts sounded. More than 10 figures chased after the young man in blue. Lu Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he was fearless and chased after him from afar. In a flash, the young man in blue fled into a valley. Suddenly swoosh, 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 swoosh. 7 or 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-red keys floating above their heads. Ha! So many big fish. We're rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Let's go. The young men who were chasing after them were shocked. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. That blue-clothed young man at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm was only bait, and he intentionally obtained the 7 keys in order to draw others to kill him and then lead them into the trap. It's too late to leave now. The few young men in blue clothes sneered as they revealed powerful auras. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were extremely fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming's group. 7th level of the spirit god realm. It's over. They're dead. Someone was terrified. Shirdo was the same. He was terrified and wanted to escape. However, he was surrounded by the young men in blue from all directions. Lu Ming. Shirdo turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention was always on the young man in blue and he didn't see Lu Ming. Only now did he see him. His eyes flashed with astonishment. 7 days ago, he saw Lu Ming being surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He didn't expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, he didn't have time to be astonished. Escaping was more important. Die! The 7 young men in blue attacked. Their sword lights slashed out. Suddenly, screams sounded out. 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few fought with all their might to block the attack. Shirdo was a little more agile. He dodged the attack. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed the sword chi. Kill. Chapter 12:38. Lion Do and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were terrified to the point of screaming repeatedly. They were utterly no match for the 2 blue-clothed young men at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Lion Do roared madly in his heart. He was extremely anxious in his heart, and his mind was swiftly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming. 7 days ago, Lu Ming was clearly surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng, but he was still alive and well now. Lu Ming might be able to save him. He hurriedly charged towards Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, save me, save me." "Why should I save you?" Lu Ming sneered. Swish. At this moment, a young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm made a move, and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blasted out with a punch and dispersed the sword light. This caused the blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm to frown, whereas Lion Do's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was able to block the attack of a 7th level spirit god. At this moment, Lion Do seemed as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We're from the same place, the same continent. At this moment we have to work together. Lion Do shouted loudly. Work together? Why didn't you work together when I was trapped 7 days ago? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had noticed Lion Do's figure from the corner of his eyes. At that time, Lion Do fled faster than anyone, and he even took pleasure in Lion Do's misfortune. Now, Lion Do wanted him to save his life? Wasn't that laughable? I'm weak. Lion Do shouted loudly. What's the point of leaving a weak piece of trash in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed and left Lion Do. No, save me. Lion Do was almost scared to the point of wetting himself when he saw Lu Ming leave, and he wailed. Lu Ming, save me. I'm willing to be your mount as long as you save me. I'm not interested in a mount of trash like you. Lu Ming said. At this moment, a blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm approached Lion Do and slashed out with his sword. The lion roared unwillingly and resisted with all its might. However, it was completely useless as its head was sliced off by the sword. Lion Do die. At this moment, only Lu Ming's to kill Lion Do. Let's join forces. A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm spoke. Lu Ming did not see Xian Yanqing. He was somewhat disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, do you still want to leave? A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if word spread that they had hunted and killed other elites, it would not be good for their reputation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill him, and leave this place quickly. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed the power of 8 dragons and punched out 8 times in a row. 8 punches blasted out, and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. The punches didn't stop and continued to blast forward. 2 young men with weaker cultivations were directly penetrated by the punches. The remaining 4 coughed up mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses retreated wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. This person is too strong. Let's retreat. One of the 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses roared in fear and wanted to escape. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward. His fist aura was shocking, shrouding the remaining 6 people. A few shrill cries resounded out successively as the remaining blue-clothed young men were annihilated. Even if there were 2 existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm, they were only able to resist a few moves before being annihilated as well. In just a short moment, more than a dozen geniuses had died in this area. These geniuses stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and were invincible. They had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline, and it was certain that they would become emperors in the future. But here, their lives were like grass that were constantly being harvested. This way, Lu Ming was even more worried about Xian Yanqing's safety. Buzz. 9 blood-red keys floated above Lu Ming's head, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. However, Lu Ming didn't have the time to pay attention to it, nor did he have the time to open a palace and obtain the fortuitous opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xian Yanqing first. He stepped forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme, flying into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he was like a bolt of lightning that flashed in the sky. What's that? A beam of blood-red light? It looks like a blood-red beam of light. There was a blood-red beam of light above Lu Ming's head. Under Lu Ming's high-speed flight, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod that swept across the void, attracting the attention of many people. But many people had only just seen it when the blood-red beam of light had already disappeared into the distance. It was truly too fast. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to the extreme and radiated it in all directions to search for Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world wasn't very big. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the end. Ahead was a chaotic void. Lu Ming turned around and continued to search. An intense battle was taking place in the sky above a lake. 2 7th-level spirit god experts were joining forces to battle a peerless beauty. This woman was precisely Xian Yanqing. At this moment, there were 5 blood-red keys above Xian Yanqing's head. And the 2 7th-level spirit god youths each had 5 blood-red keys. The 2 7th-level spirit god experts joining forces were actually unable to take down Xian Yanqing for a moment. After more than 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 6th-level spirit god. However, her combat strength was incomparably terrifying, and she could fight 2 7th-level spirit god geniuses by herself. Devilish qi seethed on Xian Yanqing's body, and it was vast and mighty as it formed numerous terrifying devilish palm prints that smashed towards the other 7th-level spirit god realm expert and entered into a battle with the other 2. For a time, it was difficult to determine the outcome. Not far from the battlefield, there were 3 figures. One of the youths had a tall and sturdy figure, and he had a huge golden hoop on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. At the side, the other 2 youths stood respectfully by his side. I didn't expect that a woman who hasn't grasped a concept martial skill would actually have such combat strength. It's truly rare. The youth with the nostril hoop spoke indifferently as he looked at Xian Yanqing's peerless beauty, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can take her down, you can take her as a concubine. At the side, a youth revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The youth with the nostril hoop revealed an expression of interest and said, "Yes, let's wait and see." Damn it. Who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We must take her down as soon as possible and not be looked down upon by young Master Niu. One of the youths that besieged Xian Yanqing roared in his heart. The 2 of them gnashed their teeth and attacked Xian Yanqing with all their strength. Chapter 1239. Although Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage, her expression was calm. The demonic aura on her body slowly converged and covered her body like a battle armor. God-slaying demonic sword. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's glabella lit up and a black demonic sword flew out and slashed down at one of the experts in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. The other party attacked to block, but Xian Yanqing's demonic sword was like an illusion. It slashed through the other party's attack and layers of defense, cutting through the other party's glabella. There was no wound, but the other party's eyes suddenly widened and revealed an extremely shocked expression. But in the next moment, the other party's eyes lost focus and his body fell down. This person was killed by Xian Yanqing with a single slash. Swoosh. After killing this person, Xian Yanqing controlled the demonic sword and slashed across the other person's body. There was still no wound, but that person screamed and his body shook violently. He frantically retreated and his aura was weak, as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity! Xian Yanqing muttered. Then her delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her small face was a little pale. Obviously, that move just now had put a huge burden on her. How is this possible? The two people beside the nostril ring youth were dumbfounded. God-slaying spirit god realm, what a powerful move. The nostril ring youth had a grave expression, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You get lost, you useless thing. The nostril ring youth stepped out and casually glanced at the injured young man and coldly scolded. The young man gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. This nostril ring youth was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western God Palace. His strength was terrifying and his methods were cruel. He didn't dare to refute. Girl, surrender. Although you have some skills, you don't have the power to resist in front of me. The nostril ring youth walked step by step towards Xian Yanqing. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spirit god realm. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness. This nostril-hooded youth was giving her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xian Yanqing's stature flashed, and he retreated like a wisp of devil light. You can't escape from me. The young man with the nostril ring did not panic. Lightning flashed on his body and his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and approached Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the youth with the nostril ring waved his hand, and a chain completely condensed from thunder and lightning wrapped around Xian Yanqing. Sky Demon Force Field. Xian Yanqing shouted as the heavenly demon force field exploded with full force. At the same time, she used bloodline fusion to increase the power of the heavenly demon force field to the extreme. Within the heavenly demon force field, the lightning chain's speed suddenly slowed down. What a miraculous force field! It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The youth with the nostril ring's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the lightning chain suddenly exerted force, cutting the heavenly demon force field in half and wrapping around Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly Demon Great Palm. Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chain. Xian Yanqing's face turned even paler, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. I said, you can't resist in front of me. The youth with the nostril ring spoke coldly with an arrogant expression. God-slaying demon sword. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the full power of the god-slaying demon sword. Her forehead glowed, and a black sword light slashed through the void toward the youth with the nostril ring. Facing this sword, the youth with the nostril ring revealed a slightly serious expression, and the power of thunder and lightning on his body surged. 9 Thunder Sword. The youth with the nostril ring slashed down with his hand, and a battle sword flashing with lightning slashed out, clashing with Xian Yanqing's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword gave off a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. But in the end, it only blocked a portion of the sword, and a small portion continued to slash toward the youth with the nostril ring. Block it! The youth with the nostril ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a sliver of it reached the youth with the nostril ring. The youth with the nostril ring trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he took a step back. Damn it! You dare to injure my soul! The youth with the nostril ring roared, and his expression was extremely dark. Xian Yanqing's body trembled, and she retreated, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. The youth with the nostril ring shouted coldly, and his body was covered in lightning. He stepped forward and quickly approached Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing sighed in her heart, and then a trace of viciousness appeared in her eyes. Even if she died, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the youth with the nostril ring. Ah, what's that? Suddenly, a youth looked into the distance and exclaimed. The youth with the nostril ring and Xian Yanqing subconsciously looked in that direction. In that direction, a blood-red beam of light was moving at a terrifying speed. It was as if a blood-red stick was tearing through the void. Rumble! The sound of space exploding was heard, and they saw a youth flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Because he was so fast, the space was shattered. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing exclaimed. The person who came was Lu Ming. Halt! A youth stepped out and blocked Lu Ming's path. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the youth with an unstoppable force. The youth's pupils dilated rapidly, and in the next moment he screamed in pain and his body exploded in the air. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside Xian Yanqing. Little Qing, you're injured. Seeing Xian Yanqing's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Ming's heart ached. However, he was relieved that Xian Yanqing was fine. Lu Ming, I'm fine. Xian Yanqing smiled. She was so beautiful that even the young man with the nostril ring was stunned by her beauty. Little Qing, don't worry, I'll avenge you. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of Xian Yanqing's mouth. Seeing Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's intimate expressions, the youth with the nostril ring showed jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, Brat, how dare you kill my men and stand beside my woman? You're courting death. Your woman? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at the youth with the nostril ring and said, Just because of what you said, I'll kill you. Ah, kill me? Brat, with just you? The youth with the nostril ring laughed. Lu Ming, be careful. This person is one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the West Divine Palace, Lei Niu. Xian Yanqing whispered. Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull soon. Chapter 1240. Die! Lei Niu shouted coldly and waved his hand. A lightning chain flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Dragon roars came from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed 9 strands of dragon energy. Lei Niu was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western Divine Palace. He was at the same level as Ice Dragon. It was very likely that he had grasped a martial skill. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be careless. 9 strands of dragon energy exploded out. Boom! Lei Niu threw out a punch and the space within a dozen miles exploded into nothingness. Lei Niu's lightning chain also collapsed in an instant. A terrifying fist energy continued to fly towards Lei Niu. Lei Niu's face changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking. It had far exceeded his expectations. 9 lightning sword. A huge lightning sword appeared in Lei Niu's hand and he slashed down. Boom! The lightning sword and Lu Ming's fist energy clashed. The sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with lightning. It was like a punishment from the heavens. It's indeed a martial skill. Furthermore, it's like the thunder god's strike. It's a martial skill with the thunder intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lei Niu had used the thunder intent to a terrifying extent. There was no other way to use it other than a martial skill with the thunder intent. Kill! Lei Niu roared and charged towards Lu Ming with the lightning sword in his hand. Lu Ming's strength made Lei Niu want to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming also charged towards Lei Niu. The 5-colored intent revolved around him. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill exploded out. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch at the 9 lightning sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of the might of the heavens. He broke through the might of the heavens and charged upwards, destroying the 9 lightning sword. Lei Niu's face darkened. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the early stage of the 7th level spirit god realm. His cultivation was lower than Lei Niu's, but Lu Ming was able to fight him. He was a peerless genius, unrivaled among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation base lower than his. Kill, kill! 9 different colors appeared on the lightning sword in his hand. 9 different types of lightning energy converged, and its power became even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched out continuously. On his fist, the shadow of a stone tablet was faintly discernible. The hell-suppressing heaven art clashed with the thunder battle sword, causing the world to shake. Chila. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was sent flying and landed on a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was thousands of miles long. Under the power of the lightning, it exploded, turning into rubble and dust. Boom! A fist energy landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole in the ground. Blazing lava gushed out from the ground. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, but it was hard to determine the victor. The Thunder Bull suddenly let out a loud roar. His body rapidly grew, and finally, he turned into a giant bull that was as big as a mountain. His entire body was covered with lightning. The Thunder Bull was a demonic beast, and this was his true form. Bang! Bang! The giant Thunder Bull stepped on the void, and his 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 sharp horns shone and slashed out 2 combat sabers condensed by thunder, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches, and the 2 lightning blades were sent flying. However, his body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The demonic beasts were stronger in their true form. 9 lightning sword, 10,000 sword kill. The Thunderbull shouted. The lightning energy on his body was even more shocking. Endless lightning spread out, and some were even thicker than a water tank. With the Thunderbull as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xian Yanqing's demonic qi spread out, and he was resisting the force outside. He had a worried look on his face. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Thunderbull to use his strongest combat strength. In the distance, there were 2 young men who were shocked to see this scene. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless lightning gathered on the Thunderbull's body, and it turned into 9 colored battle swords that slashed towards Lu Ming. This was the power of intent realm martial techniques. It could kill everything, and it was like a lightning tribulation that could destroy all life. At this moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, and 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. The sky shook, and there was a dense explosion. The lightning swords exploded in the sky. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped forward, and they rushed towards the Thunderbull, clawing at him. Bang! The dragon claw landed on the Thunderbull's body, but it was blocked by layers of barriers. First was the lightning armor. The dragon claw pierced through the lightning armor and landed on the Thunderbull's body. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon claw bounced off. At the same time, the Thunderbull's horns glowed, and a lightning bolt struck Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's defenses. A dragon and a bull fought in the sky, and it was as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After more than 10 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Kid, let's fight again next time, the Thunderbull said. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, he would feel pain all over his body. He couldn't help but want to retreat. Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Kid, although you're strong, I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me. The Thunderbull snorted. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared, and a layer of blood light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The 3rd bloodline. As soon as the blood light appeared, the 9 dragons' strength suddenly skyrocketed. With a claw, they broke through the Thunderbull's defenses, leaving a deep claw mark on his body, and blood flowed out. The Thunderbull was furious. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be holding back. The Thunderbull roared and wanted to rush out. Bang! Every step of the 9 dragons' stomp could pierce through the sky. The lightning on the Thunderbull's body was scattered, leaving wounds on his body. Blood flowed out, and even his bones were exposed. The Thunderbull roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart. Lu Ming was too strong and could threaten his life. He rushed out crazily. Kill! Lu Ming roared. 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunderbull's front legs and tore it apart. With a tearing sound, one of the Thunderbull's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Thunderbull wailed. "Thunderbolt, escape!" He let out a long roar as strands of blood wrapped around his body. Afterward, the Thunderbull's body shrunk rapidly and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a flash, he rushed thousands of miles away and disappeared into the distance with another flash. So fast! Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to chase now. This Thunderbull's life-saving means were not bad. Young Master Thunderbull lost. The remaining 2 screamed in horror and ran for their lives. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed miserably, vomiting blood and retreating. "Shao Qing, I'll leave these 2 for you to kill," Lu Ming said. "Spare me." Chapter 1241. After killing the 2, there were a total of 9 keys above Xian Yanqing's head, and a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. It complemented the blood-red pillar of light above Lu Ming's head. "Little Qing, let's go and open that palace together." Lu Ming walked towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side and flew towards the nearest palace. Not long after, a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the blood-red pillars of light from the 2 of them were too eye-catching. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions. Their eyes were blazing with passion. Both of them have 9 keys each. Some people's eyes lit up. "Get lost." Lu Ming directly punched the strongest person among them. A fist energy pierced through the sky and struck toward that person. The terrifying pressure made that person's soul leave his body. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everyone recognized that person just now. He was a genius who had stepped onto the 36 Big Dipper Peak, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level Spirit God realm. He was actually hit by Lu Ming until he spat out a mouthful of blood, which made everyone terrified. "A monster! Go, go!" The remaining people fled in all directions, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Before long, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them and came to the front of the palace with Xian Yanqing. There was also a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. "Little Qing, you go first," Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-red keys flew into the keyholes and the door opened. "Lu Ming, I'll go in and wait for you," Xian Yanqing said. "I don't know if 2 people can enter in a row. You go in first. If I don't go in, it means that I went to another palace. You don't have to wait for me," Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and stepped through the door. After Xian Yanqing stepped through the door closed automatically. "I wonder if it's still useful." Lu Ming's mind moved, and the 9 keys flew towards the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stayed outside, unable to enter. As expected, it's useless. Only one person can enter a palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and walked away. Not long after, Lu Ming found another palace. There was obviously no one in this palace. Lu Ming opened the door of the palace with 9 keys and stepped in. The scene in the hall was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few shelves. On the shelves, there were balls of light. Under the balls of light, there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized them up carefully, pondering how he should make his choice. He had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he wouldn't have time to cultivate it. The Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate the Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning another one wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a pill. If it could be placed together with a concept martial skill, it wouldn't be bad. However, the symbols of the pills looked similar. He couldn't tell what pill it was, so he could only choose randomly. Lu Ming grabbed at a ball of light. The ball of light shattered and a jade bottle appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Domain condensing pill. There was a label on the jade bottle with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain condensing pill? Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a blazing light. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had heard of the domain condensing pill before. However, it didn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage wanted to advance, he would have to transform his concept into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, shockingly difficult. If he could condense a domain, he would be considered a prime. However, if a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of condensing a domain. It would even make it easier to condense a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. The Heavenly God sect was indeed a major force in the Yuan. They could even casually take out the domain condensing pill as a reward. Or perhaps, a peerless divine pill like the domain condensing pill was just ordinary in the eyes of the Heavenly God sect. However, this was definitely a peerless divine pill for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Great Perfection stage, this domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming reach the prime stage quickly. Lu Ming carefully put it away. Then, he tried the other balls of light. As expected, none of them could be opened. Let's go take a look at Shao Qing. Lu Ming didn't stop. He went out of the hall and arrived at the hall that Xian Yanqing had entered. However, the door of Xian Yanqing's hall was tightly shut. Xian Yanqing didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and let Dandan keep watch outside. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and sat under the tree of enlightenment to comprehend the Thunder God strike. In this small world, the massacre continued. One by one, the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here and would forever stay in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't dare to show their faces at all. They looked for a safe place to hide. As for the strong ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Long Chen transformed into the primordial dragonesque elephant and roared at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spirit god experts. Now, Long Chen's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the spirit god realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Then, Long Chen gathered the 9 keys and stepped into a hall. On a large river, Ice Dragon waved his hand and sealed several young experts in ice. He also gathered the 9 keys and entered a hall. In a land full of holes, Xian Yanjuan's body was pure and holy. Milky white light suffused the air. 9 keys floated above her head. Not far from her was the 3 strongest geniuses of the Southern God Palace, Wangjin. Miss Nianjuan, you enter the hall first. I'll go to the other halls. Wangjin said. Thank you, young Master Wang. Xian Yanjuan nodded and stepped into a hall. A blazing light flashed in Wangjin's eyes, and then he walked towards the other halls. Scenes like this were happening all over this small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hongchen had gathered the 9 keys and entered the halls to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, he had made great progress in the Thunder God strike. However, he still needed some time to cultivate it to the 2nd level. At this time, Dandan sent news that Xian Yanqing had come out. Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. As expected, he saw Xian Yanqing standing in front of the hall and looking around. Xian Yanqing smiled when she saw Lu Ming flying over. Little Qing, what did you get? Lu Ming asked. It's a pill. Xian Yanqing explained. She had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert in the divine ruins. Within it, there were several martial skills related to the concept of the Devil Dao. Chapter 1242. I chose the Demon Essence pill, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got it, my bloodline would directly appear and take the initiative to swallow the Demon Essence pill, so I could only start to refine it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would take 7 days. Xian Yanqing explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xian Yanqing stayed in the palace for 7 days. Little Qing, your cultivation. Lu Ming carefully looked at Xian Yanqing and felt that Xian Yanqing's true essence fluctuation was incomparably powerful. After I refined the Demon Essence pill, My cultivation broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit God realm to the 7th level of the Spirit God realm in one go. Xian Yanqing said. 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the Spirit God realm was a peak existence among all the geniuses this time. Xian Yanqing could break through to the 7th level of the Spirit God realm, and coupled with Xian Yanqing's own combat strength, there was no need to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day before half a month. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing wandered around. If they encountered others, Lu Ming didn't mind killing them and seizing the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter anyone. Many people with lower cultivation had hidden during this period of time, and it was difficult to find them. Time flew by quickly. Buzz. Suddenly the space trembled. Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten, and he disappeared from this place. In the next moment, he appeared on the 36 Big Dipper peaks in the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching in the surroundings. They're out. The first round is over. Someone exclaimed softly. In the air above the 36 Big Dipper peaks, people constantly flashed out. Soon, more than 500 people appeared in the air. But after that, no one else appeared. Only 500 people were left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely stay inside forever. Nearly 1,000 people, but only 500 people came out. The death rate was nearly half. Such a death rate was too high. It was truly frightening. Lei Niu, you actually lost an arm? Who has the strength to do so? A voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a nostril hoop. One of his arms was missing, and his face was extremely gloomy. Many geniuses, including some rulers, also looked at the Thunder Bull. Lei Niu is one of the 3 strongest cultivators of the West God Palace. Who could have cut off one of his arms? He has such strength? Could it be the strongest experts of the other 3 divine palaces? Or are they the second strongest in the continent? How formidable! Thunderbull's combat strength is already terrifying and shocking. I once saw him easily kill 3 perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods, and he was even capable of going against an exalt, yet he actually lost an arm. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. They were incomparably shocked. This made Lei Niu's face even gloomier. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He then snorted coldly and walked toward the West Divine Palace. The others looked at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing arrived at the South God Palace. The middle-aged man in black swept his gaze across them, and his face was a little gloomy. More than half of the geniuses of the South God Palace had come here. The loss was too great. One had to know that as long as these geniuses did not die, they would definitely become rulers in the future, and not just any ordinary rulers. So many people have died. Lu Ming was also secretly observing. Almost every continent had people who died in battle. On the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xian Yanjuan Yang Patin, Monk Wu Yang, Moonless Bodhisattva, and Underworld Child. For example, the Cerberus and Kong Lin were no longer there. Obviously, they had died in battle. Including Lion Capital, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 geniuses. Such a loss was considered small. Some continents were almost completely wiped out. For example, the 8th-ranked Zhanping continent had lost 70% to 80% of its geniuses. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. The Divine Crocodile continent was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 geniuses were left, looking at each other. The Bayou continent had also suffered heavy losses. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 figures in feathered robes appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Cold, murderous intent covered Lu Ming. My hair, what's going on? Monk Wu Yang chanted the name of Buddha. The others on the South God Palace side also looked at the 2 youths in feathered robes. Of the 2 youths in feathered robes, one was wearing a golden feather robe, and the other was wearing black wings. Golden Wing, Shani, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongchen frowned slightly and said, "He killed Silver Wing, and Silver Wing left a special aura on his body. Only the Winged clan can sense it." The youth in the golden feather robe said coldly, "What? He killed Silver Wing? He can kill Silver Wing?" Many geniuses on the South God Palace side were puzzled. Silver Wing was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Bayou continent. He had stepped onto the 36th heaven astral peak, and his cultivation was profound. His battle strength was strong. How could someone from the divine wilderness continent kill Silver Wing? Ji Hongchen frowned and did not continue speaking. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xian Yanjuan were gloating. "That's right, I killed Silver Wing." At this moment, Lu Ming said. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. "How dare you kill a genius of the Bayou continent? Speak, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a trash from the divine wilderness continent like you can kill Silver Wing." Golden Wing scolded coldly. "We are all from the South God Palace, but you have an internal conflict. You killed a genius of the Bayou continent and weakened the strength of the South God Palace. Speak, what are your intentions? Also, who is your helper? Is it someone else from the divine wilderness continent?" The black-feathered Shani said as his cold gaze swept across the other people from the divine wilderness continent. Xian Yanjuan, Underworld Child, and Yang Potion's faces turned ugly. "I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen." Xian Yanjuan explained. "That's right, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter." Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. "I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge with him." Yang Patian and Underworld Child spoke one after another, wanting to distance themselves from Lu Ming. Heartless Monk and Moonless Bodhisattva did not speak. Xian Yanqing stood closely beside Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Long Chen stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. This made Xian Yanjuan, Yang Patian, and the others' expressions change. Long Chen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. "Why would I need others to kill Silver Wing? I can kill him with a flip of my hand," Lu Ming said with a calm expression. "Also, you have to understand one thing. It was Silver Wing who wanted to kill me first, so I killed him. You don't have to slander me for no reason. It's useless." "Nonsense, don't try to quibble. Since you have admitted that you killed Silver Wing, you have to pay with your life. Now kneel down and admit your crimes. Also, these accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. When the Celestial Divine Sect's disciple selection is over, I will bring you back to the Bayou continent and pronounce your crimes." Chapter 1243. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The geniuses of the other 3 divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. Beasts are beasts. Their brains don't work well. Lu Ming curled his lips. "You are courting death." Jin Yi shouted. Shen Yi's eyes were cold. The other geniuses of the Bayou continent were all filled with murderous intent and shrouded Lu Ming. Jin Yi's body burst out with golden light. He formed a claw with his fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp piercing sound. Boom! Boom! Xian Yanqing and Long Chen's aura burst out. "You don't have to do anything. It's just a few beasts," Lu Ming said and punched out. Bang! Crack! Lu Ming's punch landed on the Golden Wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to be heard. The Golden Wing screamed and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the scene in disbelief. Jin Yi was also an expert who had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Now, Lu Ming's punch had broken his finger bone. It was unbelievable. The black-robed middle-aged man from the Southern Divine Palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. "Kill!" Jin Yi's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. He was angry and turned into his original form, a golden eagle. He flapped his wings and attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, Shen Yi's eyes were cold. He also turned into his original form and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 geniuses who had stepped onto the Tiangang Peak actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. It was despicable. Well, the bird meat contains the bloodline of a divine beast. It's just right for me to have a good meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he punched out twice. Wherever the fist passed, the space was squeezed into a ball and blasted toward Jin Yi and Shen Yi. Two wails sounded, and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were seriously injured in one move. Kill! Lu Ming consecutively sent out two palms. His palms were like heavenly blades, slashing at the necks of the golden wings and divine wings. A terrifying power erupted, blasting the two bird heads into pieces. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were instantly killed. Hiss! Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those were two geniuses who could step onto Tiangang Peak, but they were killed by Lu Ming so easily. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up with surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the divine desolate continent, Lu Ming had only possessed a rank 8 divine realm bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng, which had attracted his attention. Therefore, he had made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the Divine Ruins continent with him. Now, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed were even more shocking. Even he was taken aback. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen, and the purple-haired youth, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and seriousness. Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Many people from the other 3 divine palaces were also shocked. Who is this person? His combat strength is not bad. I didn't expect Southern Divine Palace to have such a hidden character other than those 3 guys. Someone spoke, obviously treating Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, Lei Niu and Bing Long snorted coldly, their faces ugly. You killed Jin Yi and Shen Yi? A genius from the Bayou continent asked in a trembling voice, extremely shocked. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of Shen Yi and Jin. He said, "What? You want to fight too?" The youth from the Bayou continent was horrified. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wang Zhen stepped out and his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, "Lu Ming, your methods are too vicious. Jin Yi and Shen Yi only said a few words to you and you killed them. Moreover, Jin Yi and Shen Yi are 2 generals of my Southern Divine Palace. You killed them so ruthlessly to weaken my Southern Divine Palace's strength. With your temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the Divine Sky Sex selection." Wang Zhen's eyes flickered with a ruthless light. Xian Yanjuan had told him about her conflict with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. At this time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to perform in front of Xian Yanjuan and gain Xian Yanjuan's favor. Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can I fight back and kill them? How about this? If I want to kill you, you can stand still and let me kill you." "You're just quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly scolded him. This made Wang Zhen's face extremely gloomy. Who was he? The 3 strongest geniuses of Southern Divine Palace, and the Wang family's influence in the Southern Divine Palace was even stronger than the Mu family. Lu Ming dared to talk to him like this? "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Golden Wings and Shen Yi. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you," Wang Zhen said coldly as a cold, murderous intent rose from his body. "Enough." At this time, the voice of the middle-aged man in black came out and made Wang Zhen stop. Golden Wings and Shen Yi were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others, but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame anyone else. The middle-aged man in black said. But Wang Zhen wanted to say more. The middle-aged man in black reached out his hand and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Kid, you're lucky today." Wang Zhen stared coldly at Lu Ming and turned to leave. He walked to Xian Yanjuan's side and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to kill that kid." Xian Yanjuan nodded casually. At this time, there was a powerful fluctuation in the sky and a few figures appeared in the air. It was the silver-haired elder and 2 middle-aged men from the celestial sect. As for the 3 young men, there was no trace of them. "Okay, the first round is over. Next, we'll set up the venue for the second round. It will take half a month. Those who survived the first round will gather here in half a month. After the silver-haired elder finished his announcement, he turned and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month, they might be able to join the celestial sect. Then, the crowd dispersed and flew in different directions. "Let's go and barbecue." Lu Ming laughed. The sky prides of the Bayou continent trembled and their faces turned ugly. Soon, the crowd returned to their residence. Half an hour later, in Lu Ming's courtyard, there was a rich aroma of meat that spread throughout the entire southern Divine Palace residence. The Lu Ming really barbecued golden wings and shin. Some young men from other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, come and eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened and Long Chen strode in. "I have rice hair. Almsgiver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece?" Unscrupulous monk appeared and looked at the two golden roasted birds. His eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. Of course. Chapter 1244. Haha, this little monk can't eat Benefactor Lu's food for free. This little monk has some top-grade wine that matches this barbecue. Monk Wuliang stepped forward and waved his hand. 7 or 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Amitabha. Ha, then this little monk won't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang laughed, his eyes shining. He rolled up his sleeves, tore off a bird's wing, and began to chew on it. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. It was mellow and sweet in his mouth. It was warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his true essence was flowing smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This monk Wuliang really knew how to enjoy himself. Next, he seemed to be gulping down wine and eating meat. In 2 hours, 7 or 8 jars of wine had been finished. The 2 large birds with 9th-level divine beast bloodline had been gnawed until only bones were left. What was even more shocking was that Monk Wuliang didn't even let go of the bones and began to chew on them. This is good stuff. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang muttered as he stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other. After another half an hour, Monk Wuliang reluctantly left. Shaoqing, there is a thunder region a million miles away from the ancient city of God. I plan to take advantage of this half a month to go to the Thunder region to cultivate the concept martial arts. Lu Ming told Xian Yanqing his plan. I want to choose a concept martial art to cultivate. During this time, I will cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. Chirp chirp. A meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing against him with all its might. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain-river diagram. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were very sticky. "Little guy, let me carry you." Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles, then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the southern god palace's mansion and headed west of the ancient city of gods. The lightning region was to the west of the ancient city of gods. In a room in the western divine palace, Lei Nio's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at his empty arm, he was even more furious and filled with killing intent. The domain enlightened spirit god realm was still incapable of regrowing severed limbs, and only by breaking through to the martial monarch realm would one be able to regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lei Nio was worried that the Sky God Sect's selection this time would affect the Sky God Sect's perception of him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed and a skinny black-clothed old man appeared in the room. "Young Master Nio, what instructions do you have for me?" The black-clothed old man bowed and asked. "Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I want to find a chance to kill that brat." Lei Nio said with killing intent. "Yes." The black-clothed old man bowed and accepted the order, and then his figure flashed and left. "I've lost a lot of my origin energy this time, so I need to find a place to recover. The lightning region to the west of the ancient city of gods is a place where lightning gathers. It just happens to be suitable for me." Lei Niu muttered to himself. A distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in an instant for Lu Ming. Black clouds covered the area in front of him, and endless black clouds were rolling. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the clouds and covered the entire sky like silver snakes. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and everything fell into a dormant state. This was a vast and boundless lightning region. This was the lightning region, and it was called the boundless lightning region because it was extremely vast. Swoosh. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning region. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning region, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck towards Lu Ming. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming grasped the void and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, canceling out the bolts of lightning that struck towards him. What a strong power of lightning, what a strong lightning concept. Lu Ming extended his spiritual consciousness and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely rich power of lightning. This place is still too weak. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming continued to step into the depths of the lightning region. Along the way, lightning constantly struck Lu Ming, but they were all easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He felt the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness vibrate slightly. Then, his glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron vibrated slightly and produced a strong suction force. Bolts of lightning were attracted to the lightning cauldron and flew towards it, disappearing into it. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and then revealed a look of joy. Swoosh. Lu Ming used his movement technique and ran towards the depths of the lightning region at an extremely fast speed. The deeper he went into the lightning region, the stronger the power of lightning. The lightning concept would also be stronger and easier to comprehend. On the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Obviously, there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was incomparably strong. Endless lightning bolts constantly fell down with an astonishing aura. This is it. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat down cross-legged. He quietly comprehended the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivated the Thunder God strike. The lightning cauldron floated above his head, absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning from time to time. There were traces of lightning swimming around the cauldron, shining brightly. Chirp chirp, Bubbles lazily laid on Lu Ming's body and squinted its eyes to look around. Lightning is destruction, a punishment from the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was comprehending the essence of the power of lightning. The power of lightning was a punishment from the heavens. Everything was afraid of it and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming only used it casually and did not dig deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had benefited a lot. He was very close to the second level of the Thunder God strike and could break through at any time. However, at this time, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning in the valley was not enough. He needed a stronger power of lightning to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to go deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming came to a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, endless lightning scattered and the power of lightning was incomparably dense. However, Lu Ming sensed that there were many caves in the mountain. There were auras entrenched in them. Obviously, there were experts cultivating here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and turned to leave. He did not want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. A green-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. Chapter 12:45. What a miraculous lightning treasure. Kid, give this lightning cauldron to me and you can fuck off. The green-clothed old man spoke indifferently. His body emitted a powerful aura, the aura of a perfected spirit god. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It turned out that the old man was eyeing his lightning cauldron. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. A mere perfected spirit god. Presently, Lu Ming didn't take the old man seriously at all. If the old man wanted to court death, then he didn't mind sending him on his way. Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Hand over the lightning cauldron and fuck off. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving once I make a move. The green-clothed old man berated. You can give it a try. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that a mere 7th-level spirit god can go against me? Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you on your way. The green-clothed old man's expression turned cold, and his body emitted icy cold killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, a few more powerful auras rose up from the mountain. A total of 3 people flew out from the mountain and appeared around Lu Ming, and they surrounded Lu Ming tightly. All of them were at the perfected spirit god realm. Old freak Qing, how can such a treasure be taken by you alone? A one-eyed man spoke loudly. Gentlemen, I was the one who discovered it first. The green-clothed old man's expression became even more gloomy when he saw the 3 of them appear. You noticed it first? How laughable! I was just cultivating just now, but my spirit sense noticed it long ago. The one-eyed man mocked. The other 2 spoke as well and said that they'd noticed it long ago. The 4 of them completely ignored Lu Ming and actually started fighting for it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was only a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and wasn't a threat at all. Are all of you done talking nonsense? Right when the 4 of them were fighting and confronting each other, Lu Ming's voice sounded out. The 4 of them instantly fell silent and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. If you're done talking nonsense, then I'll send you on your way. Traces of killing intent bloomed on Lu Ming's body. What did this kid say? Ha! The one-eyed man burst into laughter. Under such circumstances and under the encirclement of 4 perfection stage spiritual gods, Lu Ming actually said that he would send them on their way. Could it be that this kid has gone mad? Brat, I'll send you on your way first. The one-eyed man's only eye was filled with killing intent. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. His entire body was covered with the power of lightning. He swung the battle axe at Lu Ming's throat. With a thought from Lu Ming, the lightning cauldron above his head shook. Then, a thick lightning bolt shot out towards the one-eyed man. With a crackling sound, the one-eyed large fellow was submerged in thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning emitted from his body was like a mouse meeting a cat, instantly disappearing into nothingness. The one-eyed man howled in grief. His protective Jinyuan was also shattered by the lightning. His entire body was split open, and smoke rose from his body. It was a horrible sight to behold. What power! What a powerful treasure! The azure-clothed old man exclaimed. At the same time, the burning glow in his eyes grew even more dazzling. This treasure is extremely powerful. Why don't we join forces and seize it first, and then we'll discuss how to split it? Said the azure-clothed old man. All right. The other 2 didn't hesitate in the slightest before agreeing. The lightning cauldron had instantly split open the one-eyed large fellow's flesh, and its might caused them to be shocked. At the same time, their hearts burned even more fervently. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked. 3 terrifying attacks descended towards Lu Ming. When the 3 of them joined forces, not to mention a 7th-level spiritual god, even a perfection stage spiritual god would be heavily injured or even killed. Meanwhile, waves of dragon roars resounded from within Lu Ming's body as 9 strands of dragon energy instantly erupted. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out with his palm and dispersed the attack of a gray-robed old man, and then his palm didn't stop and slashed onto the gray-robed old man's body. The gray-robed old man let out a shrill cry as his body sunk in, and then he was blasted flying like a cannonball while spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A perfection stage spiritual god was heavily injured with a single move. A huge bolt of lightning flew out from the lightning cauldron and drowned the gray-robed old man, causing him to let out a wail. When the lightning disappeared, the gray-robed old man's body was already charred black and without a trace of vitality. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At the same time, the azure-clothed old man and his companions' attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, But Lu Ming's muscles flexed as he used the health-suppressing heaven skill and easily neutralized their attacks. How could this be? Their eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and they were filled with disbelief, followed by shock and horror. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 or 3 moves. This was too terrifying. Lu Ming didn't stop at all. After killing the gray-robed old man, he attacked the other person. That person frantically resisted, but everything seemed so fragile under Lu Ming's attacks. His heart was pierced through by Lu Ming's palm, and his spiritual god didn't manage to escape either, and was smashed into nothingness. Ah, what a monster! The azure-clothed old man screamed in fear and fled frantically. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared above the azure-clothed old man's head. Under the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the azure-clothed old man's body exploded. 3 perfection stage spiritual gods had been killed by Lu Ming in a few breaths. There were still a few people in that mountain, but their cultivation hadn't reached the perfection stage spiritual god realm. When they saw the 4 perfection stage spiritual gods attacking earlier, they knew that they had no fate with the treasure, so they didn't attack and sighed inwardly. At this time, their faces were pale with fear, and their hearts were cold. They tried their best to restrain their aura and hide in the mountain. Now, they were glad that they didn't go out, or they would be the ones to die. He's a monster, a god of death. They thought in fear. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, opened its mouth, and swallowed all of their blood essence. Then, it took a step and chased after one of them. That person was the one-eyed burly man. Initially, he had been struck by the thunder cauldron, but he was only severely injured and did not die. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming unleashing his invincible prowess and killing a perfected spirit god powerhouse as if he was chopping melons and vegetables, he was already scared out of his wits and was trying his best to escape. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he was so scared that he screamed, "Spare me, young hero." A peerless treasure? Lights and shadows flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of the one-eyed burly man, deep in thought. Seeing that Lu Ming did not kill him and seemed to be tempted, the one-eyed burly man was overjoyed. He shouted, "There is a treasure nurtured by the power of thunder and lightning. It is very useful for cultivation techniques that cultivate the power of thunder and lightning or martial techniques that use the power of thunder and lightning. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will bring you there." The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming with hope, but his heart was uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. "If I'm satisfied with that treasure, I won't kill you." Lu Ming said, "Okay, I'll take you there. You'll be satisfied." Chapter 1246. Lead the way. Lu Ming said. The one-eyed burly man nodded and led the way. Lu Ming followed the one-eyed burly man into the depths of the lightning field. Along the way, they crossed many towering mountains and came to a small hill. Sizzle. The area within 100 miles of the small hill was filled with boundless lightning. What a terrifying power of thunder and lightning! Lu Ming's eyes widened and he was a little shocked. The power of thunder and lightning around this small hill was at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than other places. It was too shocking that a small hill had such an amazing power of thunder and lightning. Lu Ming looked carefully and finally found the reason. On the small hill, there was a small tree about half a meter tall. It only had 3 leaves, but the 3 leaves were exactly the same as the legendary phoenix. They were like 3 small phoenixes hanging on the branches, vivid and lifelike. Above the small tree, a phoenix condensed from lightning was dancing gracefully. It flew around the small tree continuously and let out a crisp chirp. The incomparably rich power of thunder and lightning was all because of this small tree. What a wonderful spiritual tree! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could use this small tree to cultivate, the cultivation speed of the thunder god's strike would definitely skyrocket. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Buzz, buzz. Above Lu Ming's head, the lightning cauldron kept vibrating, as if it was very excited. This is the spiritual tree. Can I go now? The one-eyed burly man looked at Lu Ming carefully. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Whether he killed the one-eyed burly man or not, it didn't matter. The one-eyed burly man was overjoyed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes looked around, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly, not far from the small hill, a terrifying aura erupted. A figure rushed up and came to Lu Ming's side in an instant. A supreme! Lu Ming's face changed slightly. There was actually a supreme hiding near this small hill. It's the Dark Lightning Sovereign. Ha! This brat is dead for sure, daring to injure me. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up and he laughed in his heart. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He had long known that there was a supreme being here, so he deliberately brought Lu Ming here. He was sure that if that supreme being saw Lu Ming's lightning cauldron, he would definitely make a move. As expected, a supreme martial artist appeared. This was a black-robed old man with a terrifying aura. His eyes were burning as he stared at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head. Haha, with this lightning cauldron, I will definitely be able to enter and obtain the Thunder Phoenix tree. The black-robed old man laughed and said, Kid, this seat is Dark Lightning Sovereign. Hand over your lightning cauldron. He wants the lightning cauldron again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. However, this was the world of martial arts, where the strong were respected. When adventuring outside, it was normal for the strong to snatch the treasures of the weak. Lu Ming wasn't too surprised. However, did the other party really think that he was stronger than him? Previously, that person and a few others said the same thing to you, but now, they are all dead. Lu Ming pointed at the one-eyed man in the distance. Oh, how many perfected stage spirit gods can you kill? Looks like you are a genius. However, do you think a perfected stage spirit god can compare to a supreme martial artist? Dark Lightning Sovereign's eyes only moved slightly before he sneered again. So what if Lu Ming could kill a few perfected stage spirit gods? How could a perfected stage spirit god compare to a supreme martial artist? Is that so? Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes revealing fighting spirit. So what if he was a supreme martial artist? Lu Ming wanted to test his strength and see if he could fight a supreme martial artist. Kid, if you want to fight with me, then I will fulfill your wish. Sensing Lu Ming's fighting spirit, Dark Lightning Sovereign's face sank, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble slightly. Erupt! Lu Ming roared, and all 9 dragon forces erupted. At the same time, his true yuan circulated crazily, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth completely erupted, forming a battle armor that covered his entire body. Dark Lightning Hand. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body was filled with endless black lightning. He stretched out his hand, forming a huge black lightning palm that grabbed at Lu Ming. Sizzle, black lightning flashed, full of destructive power, and in the destructive power, there was a corrosive intent. This kind of black lightning was very terrifying. Above Lu Ming's head, the 3rd bloodline appeared, and a force poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's hair to turn blood red. Kill! An extremely powerful killing intent rushed out, and Lu Ming stepped out, circulating the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out, bombarding the black lightning palm. Boom! There was a shocking explosion, and a black hole appeared at the place where the fist and the black palm collided. Then, it suddenly exploded, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 steps back. However, the black lightning palm also collapsed under Lu Ming's punch. The strength of a sovereign is really shocking. Lu Ming felt his fist go slightly numb, and there were even thin black lightning flickering, desperately trying to drill into Lu Ming's fist. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked, but he didn't know that Dark Lightning Sovereign was even more shocked. He actually blocked it. Dark Lightning Sovereign's heart also jumped, and he found it unbelievable. He had never heard of a mere 7th-level spirit god being able to block his attack. Let's see how many moves you can take from this old man. Dark Lightning Sovereign's killing intent bloomed, and he blasted out another palm. This palm strike was even more powerful than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. Roar! With a dragon roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. Dragon Claws stepped out, and the black palm was destroyed. Damn it, kill. Dark Lightning Domain. Dark Lightning Sovereign's killing intent became even stronger. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out. In this punch, another black domain bloomed, and it blasted towards Lu Ming. This is the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming's heart jumped, and he felt the aura of danger. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill to the extreme, and at the same time, the devouring power erupted, and the five-color concept circulated, erupting with the strongest power. Boom. The two collided again. The 9 dragons' bodies shook violently, and their dragon claws stepped on the air, and they retreated. However, Dark Lightning Sovereign also retreated, and the distance he retreated was not shorter than Lu Ming. How is this possible? In the distance, the one-eyed burly man was still watching the battle. At this time, his only eye was almost popping out. His mouth was wide open, and his face was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, such a young man who was not even 30 years old, with the cultivation of a 7th-level spirit god, could actually fight a sovereign and even defeat him. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful young genius in the world? Could it be the strongest genius of the 4 great divine palaces? Again! Dark Lightning Sovereign roared, and he was really angry. He had been famous for thousands of years, and he was actually defeated by a little fellow at the 7th-level spirit god. If this spread out, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1247. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power erupted, clashing fiercely with Dark Thunder Supreme's embryonic domain. The devouring power of the 9 dragons enveloped an area, and it also had a trace of the power of a domain. The two engaged in a fierce battle from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, spreading freely, and could cut open space and destroy the earth. In the distance, the one-eyed man's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Dark Thunder Supreme can definitely kill this kid. Dark Thunder Supreme still has his bloodline. Once he uses it, this kid will die for sure. The one-eyed man prayed in his heart, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see Dark Thunder Supreme kill Lu Ming before he could feel at ease. Lu Ming and Dark Thunder Supreme fought over 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Your bloodline power is almost exhausted, but I haven't used my bloodline yet. Let's see how you die. Dark Thunder Supreme's cold voice sounded. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline's light dimmed, and the bloodline power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. But before Paragon Dark Thunder could celebrate, a stone steel shot out from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The stone steel rapidly expanded, and a single character on it began to shine with boundless light. It was like an ancient divine mountain that suppressed everything as it smashed down on Paragon Dark Thunder. This is impossible? Dark Thunder Supreme roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine bloodlines, and their levels were so high. Although the suppressing steel bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine grade, the aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme, shocking Dark Thunder Supreme. Boom! The suppressing steel bloodline and Dark Thunder Supreme clashed, and the terrifying suppressive power made Dark Thunder Supreme stagger back. Dark Thunder Supreme was actually at a disadvantage. This made the one-eyed man, who was watching the battle from afar, almost bite his own tongue, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. A martial artist at the 7th level of the spirit god realm could actually suppress a supreme with his own strength. This was simply like a fantasy story, and he had never heard of it before. He simply thought that he was dreaming. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its light grew even brighter. The words on the steel seemed to contain some sort of magical power, a mysterious power that Lu Ming had stimulated. It emitted an aura that could suppress 10,000 worlds, causing Sovereign Dark Lightning's heart to tremble. At this moment, he unleashed his bloodline without any hesitation. His bloodline was a hammer with black lightning and 6 golden chakras. It was a level 6 divine bloodline. Dark Lightning Sovereign turned into a beam of light and rushed into the hammer. The hammer rapidly expanded until it was as large as the suppressing hell steel bloodline. Black lightning revolved around it as it blasted towards the suppressing hell's steel bloodline. Don't. A muffled sound rang out. It was as if the stars had moved, and the heavens and the earth were shaking. The prison's suppressing steel trembled and was sent flying. Dark Thunder Sovereign's battle prowess had indeed increased by a large margin after using bloodline fusion. Die! The huge thunder hammer, like the hammer of the ancient thunder god, smashed towards Lu Ming with thousands of thunderbolts. Go! With a thought from Lu Ming, a thunder cauldron floating in the air trembled slightly. Thousands of thunderbolts erupted, turning into a mountain and smashing towards the huge hammer. Don't. Another muffled sound rang out. This time, it was a tie. The thunder cauldron and the huge hammer both retreated, but Dark Thunder Sovereign's angry roar sounded from the thunder hammer. What the hell is this? In the collision just now, the thunder cauldron had actually absorbed some of the black lightning on the huge hammer. This lightning was the essence of Dark Thunder Sovereign's bloodline. If it was absorbed, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. In fact, his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would be even smaller. Boom! Boom! The suppressing hell steel bloodline and the thunder cauldron blasted towards Dark Thunder Sovereign together. Another 2 explosions rang out. This time, the huge hammer that Dark Thunder Sovereign had transformed into was sent flying. Some of the lightning on it was absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Buzz! After absorbing Dark Thunder Sovereign's lightning, the thunder cauldron seemed to be very excited. It shook slightly, and Lu Ming could feel the excitement of the thunder cauldron. Then let's continue. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and continued to bombard the huge hammer. This time, a large amount of black lightning was directly absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Dark Thunder Sovereign let out an angry roar. In the end, he couldn't maintain his bloodline form and directly dissipated. Kid, remember this. Dark Thunder Sovereign transformed into a lightning and actually ran away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A supreme being had been beaten away by Lu Ming, by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. Supreme beings were synonymous with invincibility when there weren't any emperors. They were called supreme beings. They had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain and could be called half-step emperors. They were much stronger than ordinary perfect spirit gods. But now, he had been beaten away by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. He could only run for his life. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. At this moment, the one-eyed burly man felt like he was dreaming. He widened his eyes and only reacted after a while. He immediately turned around and ran in horror. He's running pretty fast. Lu Ming looked in the direction Dark Thunder Sovereign had fled and thought it was a pity. He didn't chase after him. A supreme being's speed was too fast. Moreover, he could tear through space. Even if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Chirp, chirp, on his shoulder, the round bubble chirped and waved its little claws. The bubble on its nose was one big and one small as it breathed. You mean if you helped, he wouldn't have been able to escape? Lu Ming guessed what the bubble meant. Chirp, chirp, the bubble nodded repeatedly and waved its claws. All right, then I'll let you help next time. Lu Ming touched the bubble's round body. Then, he looked in the direction the one-eyed burly man left and sneered, "How dare you scheme against me? You're courting death." With a step, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and chased after the one-eyed burly man. Not long after, a scream rang out. The one-eyed burly man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing the one-eyed burly man, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the small hill. He looked at the Thunder Phoenix tree inside and didn't enter immediately. The lightning around the Thunder Phoenix tree was too strong and terrifying. It was full of destructive power. Moreover, Dark Thunder Sovereign was guarding nearby but didn't enter to take away the Thunder Phoenix tree. This meant that the Thunder Phoenix tree must be very terrifying. Let's give it a try first. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Since he had come here and encountered the Thunder Phoenix tree, there was no reason to retreat. If he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't be satisfied. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron to float above his head and stepped into the area within 100 miles of the small hill. Rumble. As soon as he stepped into that area, the heavens and earth roared. Endless thunder and lightning crazily struck at Lu Ming. That kind of power was countless times more terrifying than Lu Ming's heavenly thunder tribulation. Buzz. Chapter 1248. This lightning cauldron is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Gods Slope. The 100 Gods Slope was formed after many powerful corpses fell from the sky. The lightning cauldron might be a treasure of a supreme existence. Moreover, the 100 Gods Slope had been explored for so many years and was still preserved. It even went through its own tribulation back then. It was definitely extraordinary. Lu Ming felt that it was unfathomable. In the past, he couldn't control it at all. He could only barely control it after his lightning intent broke through to the peak of level 4. However, Lu Ming felt that he couldn't unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. This lightning cauldron seemed to contain boundless power. This involuntarily reminded Lu Ming of a round bead that he had encountered at the 100 Gods Slope in the past. It had the power of the wind. It had been at the 100 Gods Slope for so many years and had not been taken away by anyone. It must be extraordinary. Lu Ming thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely go to the 100 Gods Slope to explore it. With the help of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was relieved and took big strides forward. Rumble. The closer he got to the lightning phoenix tree, the more terrifying and powerful the lightning force became. When he was 10 miles away from the lightning phoenix tree, the lightning force had reached a terrifying level. The lightning force here is so powerful that even a supreme being would be in danger. They would be severely injured or even killed. Lu Ming was shocked. It was no wonder that Dark Thunder Supremacy was guarding nearby but didn't come in to collect the lightning phoenix tree. It was because Dark Thunder Supremacy couldn't get close to the lightning phoenix tree at all. If he came in, he might die here. However, Lu Ming had the lightning cauldron and it wasn't a problem at all. The lightning cauldron absorbed all the lightning force in the world. Lu Ming took big strides forward and got closer to the lightning phoenix tree. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles. Soon, Lu Ming was only 1 mile away from the lightning phoenix tree. At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard. A phoenix that was completely condensed from lightning spread its wings and flew towards Lu Ming. It had a ferocious look in its eyes. It was lifelike like a real phoenix. With a cry, the lightning phoenix pounced towards the lightning cauldron. Buzz. The lightning cauldron shuddered as a vast lightning suppression spread out from it. This pressure enveloped the thunder and lightning phoenix. The thunder and lightning phoenix let out a wail. It actually let out an incomparably terrified cry and quickly retreated. Suppress. Lu Ming whispered. The lightning cauldron flew forward, suppressing the thunder and lightning phoenix. The phoenix let out a mournful cry and was incomparably terrified. It was completely powerless to resist and was suppressed by the lightning cauldron. In the end, it turned into numerous bolts of lightning and was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Following that, the lightning cauldron floated above the thunder phoenix tree. The lightning cauldron continued to emit lightning Tao pressure. It was as if a superior was commanding a subordinate. During this process, a strange scene occurred. The thunder phoenix tree shone and the boundless lightning in the surroundings actually weakened. Slowly, this area returned to normal. There was no more powerful lightning energy lingering in the air. Lu Ming revealed a joyful expression. He strode forward and grabbed the thunder phoenix tree. Under the suppression of the lightning cauldron, the lightning energy of the thunder phoenix tree was completely restrained. It did not harm Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming pulled up the thunder phoenix tree and carefully sensed it. He could still feel the incomparably dense lightning energy of the thunder phoenix tree. If Lu Ming used the thunder phoenix tree to cultivate the thunder god strike, the effect would definitely be outstanding. Let's find a place to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled and dug out the thunder phoenix tree. He then stepped into the air and left this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a mountain peak with dense lightning energy. He opened up a cave in the mountain peak. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave. With a thought, the thunder phoenix tree appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thunder phoenix tree emitted wisps of lightning that enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was bathed in the dense lightning energy. He closed his eyes and combined the dense lightning energy to cultivate the thunder god strike. With the help of the thunder phoenix tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the thunder god's strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the thunder god's strike broke through and reached the second level. 9 days later, the thunder god's strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of God. Not far away from Lu Ming's cultivation place, 5 to 6 figures appeared. Lu Ming even knew one of them. It was Lei Niu, who had one of his arms cut off by Lu Ming. The others were all Lei Niu's subordinates. Young Master Niu, the lightning energy here is still all right. You can cultivate here. An old man said. This won't do. The power of thunder and lightning here still hasn't reached my expectations. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense. Over the past few days, I've almost recovered my Yuan Qi, but I haven't fully recovered. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense to fully recover. Lei Niu said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming and his eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't help but want to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it weren't for Lu Ming, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Others were seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way, he had unknowingly pulled away from others. It's all because of that guy, Lu Ming. I don't know where that guy has been hiding all this time. I must find a chance to take revenge. Lei Niu gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with lightning energy. There's a powerful lightning energy ahead. Lei Niu's eyes lit up. He was a beast and was born with the ability to control lightning. He was very sensitive to lightning energy, far surpassing ordinary people. Let's go, it's ahead. Lei Niu took the lead and flew in a direction. The direction they flew was the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Not long after, Lei Niu arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Young Master Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion in this mountain. But judging from his aura, his cultivation isn't very strong. An old man beside him said, Treasure, a lightning treasure. At this moment, the 2 horns on Lei Niu's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He sensed that there was an extremely precious lightning treasure in this mountain. It was a lightning treasure that made him very tempted. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. Lei Niu's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Yes. 2 burly men bowed and accepted the order. Then, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a perfected spirit god. 2 saber lights as big as mountains broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the thunder god strike. All of a sudden, his heart stirred and he sensed danger approaching. He opened his eyes abruptly and ended his cultivation. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared. His body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of size, was struck by the lightning on Lu Ming's body and turned into dust. Kill. Chapter 1249. Bang, bang. Under the attack of the lightning phoenix, the 2 men at the perfection stage of the spirit god stage could only let out a miserable cry before their bodies were torn into pieces. Terrifying, terrifying power. This was the terrifying power of intent realm martial skills. It could bring out the deepest level of intent realm and unleash shocking power. Moreover, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 3rd level of Thunder God Strike, which was more profound and powerful than the intent realm martial skills that Lei Niu and Bing Long had cultivated. Lei Niu and the others were stunned when they saw that Su Mo had killed 2 great perfection spiritual gods in one move. Lu Ming, it's you. After being stunned for a moment, the Thunder Bull saw Lu Ming's appearance clearly and roared furiously. It's you? But don't you want your other arm? Lu Ming said coldly when he saw Lei Niu. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted during their cultivation. Lu Ming was in a bad mood now. Ah, Lu Ming, I've been looking for you for a few days. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Today is the day you die. Lanyo laughed. When he saw the lightning phoenix tree in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes were burning with passion. Lightning phoenix tree, you actually got the lightning phoenix tree. Ah, the heavens are on my side. Kill him. Lanyo roared. Boom. There were 4 people beside him who were emitting shocking auras. 3 of them were at the perfection stage of the spirit god realm. The other old man with a horn between his eyebrows had the most terrifying aura. He was a supreme being expert. It turned out that there were supreme being experts following him. No wonder Lanyo was still calm when he saw Lu Ming killing 2 great perfection spiritual gods so easily. He looked as if he was sure that he could defeat Lu Ming. Lanyo was full of confidence with a supreme being around. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. His figure swayed and he charged toward the Thunder Bull at lightning speed. Since they were already enemies, Lu Ming decided to strike first. In the process of running, Lu Ming's 9 dragon energies all erupted. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a trace of the 3rd bloodline's power. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, his ability to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline had also improved. His resistance to the murderous intent had also improved. Sizzle, Lu Ming punched out and a phoenix condensed from lightning pounced towards the Thunderbull. The boundless killing intent and terrifying power caused the Thunderbull's eyes to widen in shock. 9 Thunder Sword. He exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Bang! The 9 Thunder Sword was instantly destroyed. The Thunderbull let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly with a pale face. Kill! Lu Ming roared and continued to attack the Thunderbull. Junior, how dare you? You're courting death. For angry roars could be heard. The other 4 people charged toward Lu Ming. Especially the old man with a horn on his forehead. His aura was shocking and his strength was terrifying. His speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming and the old man exchanged blows and Lu Ming was pushed back 100 meters. This person's strength was even stronger than Dark Lightning Supremes. Kill him! The other 3 great perfection spiritual gods shouted when they saw Lu Ming being pushed back. They wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power enveloped the 3 of them and the 9 dragon claws stepped out. No, the terrifying power made the 3 of them scream in horror. But in the next moment, the 3 of them were pierced by the dragon claws and their hearts were crushed. Devour! The 9 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 3 great perfection spiritual gods. The 3 of them turned into 3 dried corpses. Kill, Thunder Rhino Supreme, kill him for me. The Thunder Bull roared hysterically. The old man with the horn, Thunder Rhino Supreme, had a saber flickering with lightning in his hand. He split the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. Some of the claws were using the health-suppressing art while the other claws were filled with lightning. They were actually using the Thunder God Strike. The 2 terrifying ultimate skills were executed at the same time, and their power was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! After the last blow, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme were pushed back at the same time. Thunder Rhino Supreme's face was gloomy. He was a great perfection, but he couldn't take down Lu Ming. He felt humiliated. The Thunderbull was also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than when he fought with him. He could actually fight against a great perfection spiritual god. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. Dark Thunder Supreme, it was actually Dark Thunder Supreme. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's faces change slightly. Why did a great perfection spiritual god suddenly appear at this time? The 2 of you, this kid has a grudge with me. Why don't we work together to kill him? Dark Thunder Supreme said. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's eyes light up. This great perfection spiritual god who suddenly appeared was Lu Ming's enemy. The Thunder Bull was overjoyed. "Ah, good, Senior, let's work together to kill him." The Thunder Bull laughed and then ordered the Thunder Rhino Supreme to work together with Dark Thunder Supreme. "The two of you, this kid has two bloodlines, both of which are very terrifying. We better work together and use all our strength to kill him as soon as possible." Dark Thunder Supreme said. "Good, then let's go all out." Kidai. Thunder Rhino Supremacy let out a loud roar, and his body rapidly enlarged, turning into a mountain-like rhinoceros with lightning all over his body. As for Dark Thunder Supreme, he used bloodline fusion and turned into a giant hammer. "You escaped, but you still want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a thought, the lightning cauldron appeared and bombarded the giant hammer. At the same time, he also attacked the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had turned into. However, the Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and stepped on the void, attacking Lu Ming. The Thunder Rhino Supreme had 70% of a divine beast's bloodline. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the Dark Thunder Supreme. A bolt of lightning shot out from his horn and attacked Lu Ming. "Dandan!" Lu Ming called out and released Dandan from the mountain river diagram, saying, "I'll leave this rhinoceros to you. Don't worry, watch me kill him." Dandan's face was full of confidence. Since swallowing the 1,000-spirit crystal in the ruins of God, Dandan had been digesting it. Every day, its strength was improving and recovering. Now, according to him, it had no problem dealing with a great perfection spiritual god. "Get lost!" The Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. Dandan retracted its 4 limbs into the turtle shell. The turtle shell rolled and collided with the lightning beam, blocking it. "A wild rhinoceros dares to be presumptuous in front of me? Watch me peel off your skin." Chapter 1250. Dandan transformed into an incomparably huge tortoise, as tall as the sky. With a slap, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked. The lightning all over his body became even stronger. A huge single-horned rhinoceros formed by lightning gathered in the air and rushed toward Dandan. Bang! Dandan's slap collided with the huge rhinoceros. With a loud bang, the Thunder Rhinoceros was defeated. "Watch my world kill!" Dandan shouted. Mysterious patterns appeared on his tortoise shell. These patterns made people dizzy with a glance. It was as if they were peerless patterns that had existed since the beginning of the world. Swish! These patterns gathered and formed a beam of light that shot toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. At the same time, Dandan unfolded his figure. His huge body stepped on the air and charged toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and erupted with all his strength to fight Dandan. However, Dandan was clearly stronger, suppressing Thunder Rhino Prime at a disadvantage. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron and collided with the giant hammer formed by Dark Thunder Supreme. Just like last time, the lightning on the giant hammer was absorbed by the Thunder Cauldron. "Damn it!" Dark Thunder Supreme roared in his heart, feeling that the situation was not good. Last time, he fought with Lu Ming. In terms of pure strength, he was stronger than Lu Ming. It was just that he was restrained by Lu Ming's Thunder Cauldron, so he fled in defeat. That was why he joined forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme. Originally, he thought that joining forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme was enough to kill Lu Ming. However, he did not expect that Lu Ming had a terrifying tortoise with him. A tortoise could actually suppress Thunder Rhino Supreme and gain the upper hand. At the same time, he was shocked, and at the same time, he began to think of retreating. Divine Gate 9 Seals. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. While controlling the Thunder Cauldron to attack Dark Thunder Supreme, he formed seals with both hands. Suddenly, 3 sealed doors appeared around Sovereign Dark Thunder. The sealed gate emitted a dazzling light, and the power of the seal bloomed, suppressing Dark Lightning Sovereign. This is, Dark Thunder Sovereign's expression changed slightly. Beneath the sealing gate, he felt that not only his body, but even his true essence and soul were about to be sealed. "Open!" Dark Thunder Sovereign bellowed. His Zhen Yuan erupted, crazily attacking the sealed door. Immediately, the 3 sealed doors began to tremble violently, as if they had received a terrifying impact. Bubble. At this moment, Lu Ming called out. Chirp, chirp. Bubble chirped and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, full of energy. At the next moment, Bubble rushed out and disappeared in a flash. It was impossible for the naked eye to capture Bubble's figure because it was traveling through space. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign within. At this moment, the giant hammer that Sovereign Dark Thunder had transformed into froze in midair. Time and space? Impossible? A horrified voice came from the giant hammer. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He transformed into the suppressing prison monument bloodline and raised his combat strength to the extreme, suppressing the giant hammer. At the same time, the lightning cauldron also blasted towards the giant hammer. Clang! Boom! 2 loud booms rang out as the hammers exploded, revealing a horrified Dark Lightning Supremacy who was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he continued to attack Dark Lightning Sovereign. At this moment, Dark Lightning Sovereign was desperately trying to break out of the transparent bubble formed by Bubble, wanting to escape. But at this moment, the space trembled, and 4 transparent bubbles appeared at the same time, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign from all directions. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body became still again. No! Dark Lightning Sovereign roared in horror. Don't! The lightning cauldron hit his forehead, forcing Dark Lightning Sovereign to swallow back his words. His head was bleeding, and a part of it caved in, almost bursting open. Then, Lu Ming arrived again. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed into his human form, holding the blood sword formed by the 3rd bloodline, and slashed at Dark Lightning Sovereign's forehead. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound rang out. In the end, Dark Lightning Sovereign was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Even the spirit deity couldn't escape. Dark Lightning Sovereign was dead. A supreme expert was killed in one fell swoop under the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bubble. Once upon a time, supremes were so high and mighty that Lu Ming was like an ant in front of them. But today, Lu Ming had personally killed a supreme martial artist. Bubble flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder, chirping proudly. Lu Ming smiled and touched the little guy. Fortunately, Bubble attacked together. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and combat strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a supreme. If a supreme wanted to escape, it was too difficult to kill. But Bubble imprisoned Dark Lightning Sovereign. Not to mention escaping, he couldn't even resist and was killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As expected of one of the top 10 war beasts, the space-time spirit mouse looks so mysterious and powerful. If it grows up and reaches its peak, I wonder how terrifying it will be. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubble to kill Dark Lightning Sovereign. It didn't take much time at all, less than a minute. This scene fell into the eyes of Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino, but they were shocked. Impossible! Thunder Bull uttered a roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stood not far away. Initially, he wanted to see Lu Ming being killed with his own eyes. However, he did not manage to see that. Instead, he saw Lu Ming killing a supreme martial artist. He was almost scared to death. Run! Without hesitation, Thunder Bull turned around and fled. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. With a flicker, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside Thunder Bull. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Western Sacred Palace. My father is an undefeatable 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. If you kill me, you'll suffer a horrible fate. Thunder Bull yelled, threatening Lu Ming. Bubble! Lu Ming softly called out. Bubble sprang forward, followed by a transparent bubble. The transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Even Dark Lightning Sovereign failed to dodge it, let alone Thunder Bull. His figure was encapsulated by the bubble, unable to move at all. The transparent bubble contained the will of time and space, capable of sealing everything. No, no! Thunder Bull yelled in his heart. He almost burst into tears. Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a slash, Thunder Bull's head flew high into the sky. His spirit was destroyed too. Young master! Thunder Rhino let out a roar filled with anger, but more importantly, astonishment. Previously he had tried to save Qin Nan, but Dandan had kept him busy, preventing him from leaving. I have to leave this place. This man is a monster. Thunder Rhino let out a roar in his heart as he tried to escape. Chapter 1251. Seeing that Dandan had completely suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Lu Ming didn't panic. He first put away Dark Thunder Supreme's blood essence and then stepped toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Seeing Lu Ming coming, Thunder Rhino Supreme was terrified. He let out a roar and desperately attacked, but the next moment, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Thunder Rhino Supreme and imprisoning him. Don't kill me, spare me, spare me. Seeing this, Thunder Rhino Supreme was afraid and began to beg for mercy. To be honest, he was still young. From birth until now, he had only lived for 1,000 years. Supremes had 5,000 years of life. He still had a long time, and he didn't want to die. Ridiculous, you wanted to kill me just now, and now you want me to let you go? Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent cold. Bang! Dandan slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, making him dizzy. No, spare me, I can do anything you want. I can join you and be your mount. Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He only wanted to save his life. Dandan, wait a minute. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It wasn't a bad idea to take Thunder Rhino Supreme as a mount. After killing Thunder Rhino Supreme, at most, he could take away all his materials and his 9 drops of blood essence, which were useful to Lu Ming. But if he took him as a mount, a living Supreme Being could help Lu Ming do a lot of things. Dandan, do you have a way to control him? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't resist, I have 100 ways to control him and make him obedient. He won't dare to be disloyal. Dandan said. Thunder Rhino, don't resist. Lu Ming said. Paragon Lightning Rhino had no choice but to do as he was told. He didn't resist, and allowed Dandan to engrave a spell formation into his spirit divinity. If he had any thoughts of betrayal, Dandan could easily kill him. After engraving the matrix, Dandan once again transformed into the appearance of Little Tortoise, while Thunder Rhino Supreme transformed into his human form. He sincerely saluted Lu Ming. His heart was full of helplessness. But in order to save his life, he had no other choice. Lei Shi, I still need to cultivate for a few more days. You stay in the mountain river diagram. After saying that, the mountain river diagram appeared. Grotto Heaven Treasure. Thunder Rhino Supremacy was shocked when he saw this. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. Beside him was a little tortoise and a plump spirit mouse. They were all terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more astonishing. The mountain river diagram glowed and took the Thunder Rhino into the mountain river diagram. Then, the 9 Dragons bloodline appeared and began to devour Dark Thunder Supremacy's energy and True Yuan. Dark Thunder Supremacy mainly cultivated the Thunder intent. However, Lu Ming's Thunder intent had already reached the perfected stage of the Spirit God realm. It was useless to devour and refine it. Lu Ming devoured the True Yuan energy. Then he found a place and began to refine it. How strong was the Supremacy's True Yuan? The energy essence contained in the blood was also incomparably strong. Lu Ming began to refine it and convert it into True Yuan to improve his cultivation. As he refined it, Lu Ming's cultivation also began to improve. The early 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Not long after, it rose to the late 7th level of the Spirit God realm, and then the peak 7th level of the Spirit God realm. With Lu Ming's current intent, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming could rise to the peak 9th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan in his body circulated and became more and more majestic. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation finally made another breakthrough and reached the early 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan and blood energy of a supremacy had raised Lu Ming's cultivation by an entire level, reaching the 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan of the 8th level of the Spirit God realm is several times stronger than the 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Feeling the vast True Yuan in his body, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with confidence. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his combat strength had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. Now, if he used his full strength to kill a genius like the Thunderbolt, a single move would be enough. Now, he was confident that even if he didn't rely on the lightning cauldron or the bubble, he could still fight a supremacy like Dark Thunder supremacy with his own combat strength. Of course, there were differences in strength between supremacies. Some supremacies who had awakened the bloodline of the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of the God realm were naturally stronger. Half a month is almost up. It's time to go back. Lu Ming pondered, then took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the ancient city of gods. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming walked side by side. There seems to be more people in the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded. There were people coming and going in the ancient city of gods. It felt like the density of people was greater than before. After asking around, he found out that the celestial god sect's disciple selection was about to reach the end. A large number of experts from all over the ancient city of gods had rushed over to watch. Lu Ming nodded. It wasn't difficult to understand. Since ancient times, it was rare for Yuanlu sect to select disciples in the ancient city of gods. It was normal for so many people to be attracted. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing walked around casually. They had been in seclusion for days, so it was a good time to relax. After walking around for a while, the two of them walked into a luxurious restaurant, intending to eat something. The restaurant's business was very good. Many seats were filled with people. The two of them went all the way to the highest floor before finding a seat and ordering some dishes. The two of them chatted as they ate. After half a month of cultivation, Xian Yanqing's mastery of one of the martial arts techniques that she cultivated had greatly improved. Her combat strength had also increased by a lot. The 5th floor was divided into 2 areas. One was a private room and the other was an ordinary dining table. At that moment, the door of one of the private rooms opened and 2 young men walked out. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the young men was Ice Dragon, who he had defeated. The other young man walked side by side with Ice Dragon. He had a confident smile on his face. Apparently, he was also a genius of the same level as Ice Dragon. They are the geniuses of the Blood Sun continent. Lu Ming looked at the other young man and his heart skipped a beat. The Blood Sun continent was ranked 2nd among the ancient city of gods. This continent was also filled with experts and geniuses. Although it wasn't comparable to the ancient city of gods, it was stronger than the other continents and could not be underestimated. The two of them walked directly to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's table. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly and drank his wine. You are Lu Ming, right? Ice Dragon looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Not bad. Looks like you have a good memory. Lu Ming said. We'll settle our scores another day. Ice Dragon said and looked at Xian Yanqing. You are Xian Yanqing, right? That's right. Xian Yanqing said. Very good, your opportunity has come. The person in the private room is young Master Lin, a peerless genius from the Heavenly Divine Sect. He thinks you're not bad, so he asked you to accompany him for a drink. If you accompany him well, you might even have the chance to sleep with him. Then, you'll be able to climb up the social ladder. Ice Dragon said. Chapter 1252. Get lost. Xian Yanqing scolded coldly. What did you say? Bing Bing's face darkened, and so did the Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent. She asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear her? Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, what does this have to do with you? Shut up. The Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent scolded and slapped Lu Ming's face. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. A person staggered back. It wasn't Lu Ming, but the young man from the Blood Sun continent. A palm print appeared on his face, and one side of his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming in confusion, unable to wrap his head around the situation. He was the one who made the first move, but Lu Ming's speed was so fast that his slap landed on his face. His head buzzed and he was completely dazed. How dare you, Lu Ming? Do you know that you dare to attack us? Do you know that we represent Sir Lin? Bing Bing scolded. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded, and a cold, killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent made Bing Bing shiver. Who cared if he was Sir Lin, or if he was a sky pride from the celestial divinity sect? It would be fine if it was something else, but when it came to Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming wouldn't give anyone face. Hee hee. At this moment, a chuckle came from the private room. Then, a handsome young man in a white robe walked out. Lu Ming had seen him before. He was one of the 3 sky prides from the celestial divinity sect who had come to the godly ruins continent. Sir Lin came to Lu Ming's table indifferently. His face was calm, but his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, "Miss, it's a pity that you were born in the godly ruins continent. Are you willing to follow me? When the time comes, you won't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the celestial divinity sect to cultivate and become an official disciple." These words made the sky prides of the Blood Yang continent and Bing Bing envious. The eyes of the other people in the restaurant were even more fiery. They wished they could be Xian Yanqing and replace Xian Yanqing. Young Master Lin had a confident smile on his face. He believed that in this continent of God, no one would reject such a tempting request. "Not interested," Xian Yanqing said coldly, which made young Master Lin's face stiffen. "Miss, you'd better consider this carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." Young Master Lin continued. "I said I'm not interested." Xian Yanqing's brows furrowed as he grew impatient. Xian Yanqing would have flipped out long ago if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a genius of the Heavenly God sect. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Short-sighted and pretended to be virtuous. She's just a bitch. Lung Bing and the young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted one after another. Boom. Lu Ming's body exploded with intense killing intent. His cold eyes fell on the young man from the Blood Sun continent. He said in a cold voice, "Since you said those words just now, you're dead meat." The sky prides of the Blood Sun continent couldn't help but shudder under Lu Ming's cold gaze. However, when he thought of young Master Lin, he regained his courage and said, "I'm talking about the matter." "What? You still want to attack young Master Lin?" "Kill." Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He rushed out and struck a palm at the young man from the Blood Sun continent. The young man from the Blood Sun continent was also at the 7th level spirit god realm. However, he was completely stunned by Lu Ming's palm. This palm contained a terrifying pressure that acted on his body, causing him to be unable to move at all. "Young Master Lin, help!" The young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted in horror. "How dare you attack in front of me?" Young Master Lin's face was gloomy. His body moved slightly. Almost no one could see his movement clearly. His body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with young Master Lin's and made a dull sound. Both of their bodies shook slightly and took a step back. Peak 8th level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Young Master Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Young Master Lin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm. However, the coldness in his eyes became stronger. Sky Wind Palm. Young Master Lin's palm emitted a green light. He struck a palm at Lu Ming. There was no doubt that young Master Lin was using a concept martial technique. Moreover, he had reached the 3rd level. Sizzle, there were traces of lightning flashing on Lu Ming's palm. He cast the Thunder God strike and struck with his palm again, clashing with young Master Lin's palm. Bang! In the end, both of them took a few steps back. "You're courting death." Young Master Lin was furious. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't take down Lu Ming in 2 consecutive moves. He was ready to use his killing move to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky stomping steps. His body flashed like a flickering shadow. He stepped over young Master Lin and struck a palm at the youth from the Blood Sun continent. This palm was as fast as lightning. Even young Master Lin couldn't react in time. The youth from the Blood Sun continent widened his eyes in shock. However, in the next moment, his body was torn apart by Lu Ming's palm. He was killed on the spot. Sizzle, many people gasped in shock. Firstly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. A peak 7th level spirit god realm genius was as weak as a baby in front of Lu Ming. He couldn't resist at all. Secondly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. He dared to kill a genius who was with young Master Lin in front of him. This was a slap to young Master Lin's face. On the side, Lung Bing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated. After not seeing Lu Ming for a while, he felt that Lu Ming's battle strength had become stronger. He was much stronger than the last time he fought with him. This made Lung Bing fearful. "Kid, you're courting death. No one can save you." As expected, young Master Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. A green light flickered on his body like a burning green flame. A cold, killing intent bloomed in the restaurant. Many people's expressions changed as they retreated out of the restaurant. They were afraid of being affected by this terrifying killing intent. I'm afraid you're still lacking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Let's go out and fight." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't give young Master Lin any face. Then he stepped out and appeared in the sky outside the restaurant. "You can't escape." Young Master Lin also stepped out and appeared in the sky above the restaurant, facing Lu Ming. The heavenly god sex genius is going to fight. This news spread out like a whirlwind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, countless figures appeared in the area, watching from afar. It's really the heavenly god sex genius. Who is that young man? How dare he fight with the heavenly god sex genius? How audacious! Let's not talk about how noble young Master Lin is. Even young Master Lin's combat power is absolutely shocking. Judging from his aura, young Master Lin's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. However, young Master Lin is the heavenly god sex genius. His cultivation techniques and martial skills are absolutely top-notch. His battle strength is absolutely terrifying. This person dares to fight with young Master Lin. Who is he? I know him. He seems to be from the Southern Divine Palace. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent? That remote place? Chapter 1253. Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Young Master Lin roared. The green light around his body formed a pillar of light that shot up to the sky. Heavenly Wind 100 Palm. Young Master Lin waved his palm. A palm print whistled as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out. 9 dragon powers erupted from his body as he activated the Thunder God Strike. He punched out and a phoenix formed by lightning flew towards young Master Lin. Boom! The lightning phoenix clashed with Lin Fan's palm print. Break! Young Master Lin revealed a ferocious expression. Boom! 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 The moment the two clashed, young Master Lin's green palm print exploded. The palm print actually released a terrifying force of 100 layers. The thunder and lightning phoenix that Lu Ming cast was defeated in no time. The palm print continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Die, trash! Young Master Lin roared in his heart. What a mystical intent realm martial technique! Lu Ming's eyes moved. Young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was obviously a lower divine martial technique, and he had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. However, the power that it released was extremely shocking. It could only be said that young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was of high quality. It was even more mystical than the Thunder God Strike. It made sense. Young Master Lin was an official disciple of the Divine Sky Sect. Lu Ming had only learned the Thunder God Strike in the 1st round of the examination. Naturally, it was impossible for him to learn it as well as young Master Lin. Suppressing Hell Art. Lu Ming activated the Suppressing Hell Art and punched out. Bam! Bam! There was an intense explosion. Lu Ming's punch broke through young Master Lin's force of 100 layers. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and punched out again. This punch was straightforward, but its power was shockingly strong. Young Master Lin struck out a few more times to counter Lu Ming's attack. However, after a few explosions, young Master Lin staggered back. This left everyone flabbergasted. A disciple from the Divine Sky sect of the Yuanlu continent couldn't defeat Lu Ming? And Lu Ming was only from the Divine Wilderness continent. How could he be so powerful? So shocking? Kill, kill, kill. The gazes of the crowd made young Master Lin go crazy. His murderous intent was at its peak. He was a disciple of the heavenly divinity sect, just like those high and mighty princes of the mortal world who lived in the imperial city. As for Lu Ming, he was from a remote village. There was no way he could compare to him. But now, he was being suppressed. How could he tolerate this? He roared in his heart, and his true essence crazily revolved. He wished he could tear Lu Ming to pieces. This is the battle prowess of the heavenly god sect's prodigies? In my opinion, you're nothing in the heavenly divinity sect. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? Lu Ming sneered. The Yuanlu was the core of the Yuanlu realm. It was a holy land for cultivators. Many sovereigns racked their brains to join the major factions in the Yuanlu realm. The Celestial Divine Sect was a great sect in Yuanlu. If young Master Lin was really a genius of the Celestial Divine Sect, he wouldn't be so weak. Lu Ming guessed that Sir Lin's position in the Heavenly Divinity Sect was very ordinary. Trash, you're courting death. Lu Ming's words seemed to have hurt young Master Lin, causing him to scream hysterically. He had completely lost his composure. Yes, Lu Ming was right. In the Heavenly Divinity Sect, there were countless prodigies. People like him were at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had to bow and scrape every day and look at other people's faces. Therefore, he took this opportunity to come to the Godly Ruins continent. He originally thought that he would be able to show off and enjoy himself in the Godly Ruins continent. He did not expect to be suppressed and mocked by trash. He went completely berserk. With a screech, a green divine eagle appeared above young Master Lin's head. Without a doubt, it was a level 9 divine bloodline. Its body was emitting a green glow. Young Master Lin transformed into a divine eagle and was about to use his strongest killing move to kill Lu Ming. Enough! At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. This man was also the envoy of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. He had been following behind the white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he stood in front of young Master Lin. No, a piece of trash dares to insult me. He's not putting the Heavenly Divinity Sect in his eyes. I'm going to kill him. Young Master Lin screamed hysterically. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The deacon asked me to bring you back. The middle-aged man said. Upon hearing the word, deacon, young Master Lin shuddered. He seemed to be very afraid. He turned his gaze, gritted his teeth, and transformed into his human form. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Kid, I'll let you go today. However, this matter is not over yet. Leaving behind a cold sentence, young Master Lin turned around and left the place. The middle-aged man casually glanced at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking, but he turned around and left as well. A great battle ended just like that. The surrounding onlookers felt that it was a pity. This Lu Ming offended young Master Lin. I guess he won't have a good time. It'll be difficult for him to be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Some people were discussing. Xiao Qing, let's go. Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, I've implicated you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Divinity Sect because of this. Xian Yanqing said. Fool, it's fine if I can't enter. At most, we'll go to Yuanlu and find a sect to join. Lu Ming scratched Xian Yanqing's nose and smiled. The two of them returned to their residence. Half a day later, the second round of the Heavenly Divinity Sect's selection would begin. The remaining 500 geniuses from the 4 directions' divine palaces gathered around Tiangang Peak. What's going on? Why isn't Lei Niu here? The leading elder from the West Divine Palace frowned. Lei Niu was one of the 3 strongest supreme talents from the West Divine Palace. Although he had lost one of his arms, his combat strength was still very strong. There was still a chance that he would be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The West Divine Palace still had high hopes for Lei Niu. But at this moment, Lei Niu was nowhere to be seen. The leading elder had a bad feeling. I heard that Lei Niu went to the Lightning region to cultivate and recover. A young man said, did he meet with an accident in the Lightning region? I heard that he brought experts with him. There were even honorable realm experts. The supreme talents from the West Divine Palace discussed softly. But as time passed, Lei Niu still did not appear. Many people knew that Lei Niu must have met with an accident. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not appear. This was the Heavenly Divinity Sect's selection. 6 figures appeared in the sky. The people from the Heavenly Divinity Sect had arrived. The leader was still the white-haired old man. Behind him were 2 burly men. Behind them were 3 young men. Young Master Lin was among them. His gaze swept across and landed on Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you're dreaming if you want to join the Heavenly Divinity Sect. After this selection, I'll find a chance to kill you." Young Master Lin sneered. "All right, the second round of arrangements has been completed." Chapter 1254. Light doors floated in the air. At a glance, there were more than 500 of them. Moreover, with the light doors as the starting point, the void was undulating and trembling. Spiritual consciousness spread out and formed many void passageways. However, it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Here, every light door represents the entrance of a void passageway. In these void passageways, there will be various tests. Moreover, every 2 of these void passageways can meet at random. The meeting point will be your battlefield. Only the winner will be able to move on. Moreover, we will be able to see the battles at the meeting point. Therefore, you must do your best." The white-haired old man explained. What a wonderful selection method. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. More than 500 people would enter a void passageway. After passing the test, 2 void passageways would meet at random. The 2 people in the 2 void passageways would fight. The winner would continue to pass the test while the loser would be eliminated. This would continue until the most powerful person was determined. Moreover, the people of the Celestial God Sect could see from the outside. Therefore, they could observe everyone's performance and choose the most suitable disciples. "All right, now, you can choose any light door and enter," the white-haired old man announced. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, there were 9 ancient altars floating. Legend had it that the 9 altars were once connected to the 9 major forces of Yuanlu in the distant past. They were the spatial passageways that connected each other. The Celestial God Sect had come from one of the ancient altars. At this moment, one of the 8 altars was shining. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The ancient altars were shining. Could it be that another major force of Yuanlu was coming? Could it be that other major forces of Yuanlu are coming? Oh my God, it's already a surprise that the Celestial God Sect is coming. Not bad, this is a great opportunity. Many people were discussing excitedly. Even the sovereigns were extremely excited as they stared at the altars. What's going on? Which force is it? Behind the white-haired old man, a big man frowned and said. The white-haired old man also frowned. Buzz. The altars shook slightly. Many inscriptions were shining and the light was getting brighter. In the end, a few figures emerged from the altar. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were young, while the other 3 were middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. However, judging from the situation, the middle-aged woman was the leader. All 5 of them carried long swords on their backs and wore long purple robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. 9 Heaven Sword Sect. The Heavenly God Sect's white-haired elder's expression changed. Looks like I'm not late. I've finally made it. The middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back said, 9 Heaven Sword Sect, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder from the Celestial God Sect said coldly, Of course we're here to select young geniuses to join our 9 Heaven Sword Sect. Am I not welcome? The middle-aged woman smiled. The Heavenly God Sect was the first to arrive at the continent of divine ruins. All of this was set up by us. The white-haired old man said with a cold face. You guys are just one step ahead of us. Moreover, how much effort would it take to set up all this? The Godly Ruins Continent Group doesn't only belong to your Heavenly God Sect. Our 9 Heaven Sword Sect can naturally come as well. The middle-aged woman said indifferently. At the side, the people from the Continent of Divine Ruins group were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Another Yuanlu sect had arrived. Moreover, they were here to recruit disciples as well. With this, the chances of being selected would undoubtedly be higher. especially those young geniuses who were overjoyed. Buzz. At this moment, the altar above them shook again and emitted light. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's moving again. Could it be that another Yuanlu sect is here? What's going on? In the past, no Yuanlu sect had ever come to the continent of divine ruins to recruit disciples. Why are there so many Yuanlu sects here this time? This is good news. This is good news. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, in the next moment, their pupils dilated rapidly. That was because other than that altar, there was another altar that was emitting light. The people from the continent of divine ruins group were stunned. The Yuanlu sects were coming one after another. The white-haired elder from the heavenly god sect and the others looked extremely gloomy. Buzz. Buzz. The two altars emitted two soft cries and a few figures appeared on each of them. 5 figures appeared on one of the altars. All of them were men and they emitted an aura of superiority. They were like the kings of the beasts. On the other side, 6 figures appeared. Each of them had a monstrous demonic aura and their demonic aura shook the world. Both sides had young geniuses following them and they were looking at each other curiously. Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Divine Dragon Valley. The white-haired elder muttered as a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Ha! Looks like we are not late. The Heavenly God Sect has not succeeded yet. A burly man laughed from the side that was filled with the aura of the kings of the beasts. They were from the Divine Dragon Valley. It's good that we are not late. The side that was filled with demonic aura was from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. A tall and skinny elder said faintly. The 9 Heaven Sword Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Divine Dragon Valley stepped out and stood with the people from the Heavenly God Sect. It's too easy for you to come now. Everything was set up by us. The white-haired elder said. It's just some setup. We will compensate you according to its value. The middle-aged lady from the 9 Heaven Sword Sect said. That's right. These are small matters. The tall and skinny elder from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect sneered. In the end, the white-haired elder had no choice but to allow the other 3 forces to participate in the selection of disciples. These 3 forces were not weaker than the Heavenly God Sect in the Yuanlu. They were forces of the same level. At the scene, more than 500 young geniuses were excited and their eyes shone with a fiery light. The 4 major forces of the Yuanlu had come to recruit disciples. This was a supreme opportunity and they were filled with anticipation. They swore to themselves that they would seize it well. All right, now you may begin. The white-haired elder looked at Lu Ming and the others again. Let's go. This is my opportunity. I must join the major forces of the Yuanlu. I must break through the sovereign realm and become a sage. I must reach the peak. No one can stop me. Each of the geniuses' eyes shone brightly as they rushed towards the light doors. Bush, bush. Each of the geniuses rushed into the light doors excitedly and disappeared. Xiao Qing, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded his head and the two of them flew towards a light door. Stop right there. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. It was Master Lin, the genius from the Heavenly God Sect. Chapter 12:55. But now, the situation had changed. The 9 Heaven Sword Sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and the Divine Dragon Valley had gathered. Even if the Celestial Divine Sect did not choose Lu Ming, there was a possibility that he would join the other 3 sections. Young Master Lin would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he stood out and stood in front of Lu Ming. Many people looked at young Master Lin in surprise, not understanding what was going on. But some people were enlightened because they knew about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. Half a day ago, Lu Ming and young Master Lin had a conflict and even fought. In the end, young Master Lin could not do anything to Lu Ming. I knew it would not end like this. What? There's such a thing? Lu Ming is so powerful that even the sky prides of the Heavenly God Sect can't do anything to him? I think young Master Lin did not use his full strength. But Lu Ming's combat strength is too terrifying. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Many people were discussing. Many people were shocked when they heard about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. The white-haired elder and the others of the Heavenly God sect were surprised, but they did not say anything. The people of the other sects looked on with interest. What do you want? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. You are not qualified to enter the Void Passage and participate in the test. Young Master Lin said. Ridiculous. You think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Lu Ming sneered. Deacon. At this moment, young Master Lin cupped his fists at the white-haired elder and said, Deacon, Lu Ming has no respect for the Celestial Deity sect. He thinks that he has some talent, but he doesn't take the Celestial Deity sect seriously. If such a person joins the Celestial Deity sect, he will be an arrogant and unruly person. He is not worthy of being nurtured by the Celestial Deity sect. There's such a thing? The white-haired elder frowned. What nonsense. When have I been disrespectful to the Heavenly God sect? If I don't bow to you, is that disrespectful to the Heavenly God sect? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't try to quibble. I heard you speak arrogantly and look down on my Heavenly God sect. Also, Ice Dragon can testify. Young Master Lin said. That's right, this is true. Ice Dragon said coldly. Not only that, Vice Deacon Zhao can also testify. Young Master Lin looked at the middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man. This middle-aged man was the one who had taken young Master Lin away. At this moment, the middle-aged man nodded and said, There is indeed such a thing. The fact that two people had come forward to testify caused the white-haired old man to frown even more. He pondered for a moment and said, If that's the case, then this kid doesn't need to participate in the trial. Young Master Lin was overjoyed at his words. Lu Ming, on the other hand, burst into laughter. This was blatant slander. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming had only targeted young Master Lin. He had never said a single bad word about the Celestial God sect. This was purely false. Also, that middle-aged man had obviously colluded with young Master Lin. Who knew what benefits young Master Lin had given him? No one from the other three major sects spoke. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just an insignificant character. They did not take him seriously at all. Ridiculous, this is really ridiculous. Is this the disciple of a major sect in Yuanlu? His talent is average and his character is even worse. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Who are you calling average? Young Master Lin was furious. Of course I'm talking about you. If the Celestial God sect is like you, then I don't mind not joining the Celestial God sect. Lu Ming mocked. Presumptuous. How dare you? The middle-aged man from the Celestial God sect and young Master Lin both shouted in an overbearing manner. Kid, you escaped death last time. This time, you're dead. Young Master Lin's eyes were cold and his killing intent was extremely dense. It shrouded Lu Ming. I escaped death last time? Are you sure you're not the one who escaped death last time? Alright, I'll challenge you in front of everyone now. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming took a step forward. His voice was filled with battle intent and it spread far and wide. What? Lu Ming challenged young Master Lin and said he'll defeat him in 10 moves. Crazy, he's crazy. He's definitely crazy. That's the supreme talent of the Celestial God sect. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. The Celestial God sect was a major sect in Yuanlu. In the hearts of the people in the Divine Ruins mainland, it was a high and mighty existence. It was an unfathomable and powerful force. The supreme talent of the Celestial God sect was a peerless existence in the hearts of the people. Now, Lu Ming had challenged young Master Lin. What was even more exaggerated was that he wanted to defeat young Master Lin in 10 moves. How was that possible? No one would believe it. At that moment, some of the supreme talents who had not flown into the light door stopped. They were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they stood outside and watched. Lu Ming is strong in the Divine Wilderness mainland. However, he still dares to be so arrogant here. He even dares to offend the supreme talent of the Celestial God sect. He's courting his own death. Underworld Child stood in the air and sneered. What do you know? I don't think so. A voice was heard. It was Long Chen's voice. Underworld Child's expression changed slightly. He was very wary of Long Chen. However, he felt disdain in his heart. He thought to himself, just wait and see. This Lu Ming will die miserably. At that moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on young Master Lin. A supreme talent from a small continent had challenged the supreme talent of the Celestial God sect. Would young Master Lin accept the challenge? If he didn't accept the challenge, he would lose all his face. If this matter was spread to the Celestial God sect, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Damn it! Young Master Lin roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely cold as he said, "All right. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." When he fought with Lu Ming previously, he didn't use his full strength. He was confident that if he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Ming. Needless to say, it was impossible for Lu Ming to defeat him within 10 moves. Kill! Young Master Lin was filled with killing intent. His aura was shocking as a green light filled the air. A bloodline appeared above his head. Young Master Lin used his full strength right from the start. He executed the bloodline fusion technique to the maximum and charged towards Lu Ming. Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body. 9 streaks of dragon energy burst out instantly. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards young Master Lin. As he charged, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. When Lu Ming's 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, the experts of the Divine Dragon Valley widened their eyes in shock. This is the 9 dragons' bloodline. It really is the 9 dragons' bloodline. I can't believe someone can awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline in this world. Voices of disbelief were heard from the experts of the Divine Dragon Valley. The Divine Dragon Valley wants this kid. The leader of the Dragon God Valley was a burly man with a burning gaze. As the name suggested, the Divine Dragon Valley was related to dragons. Now that they saw the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was too shocking. Bam! Bam! Chapter 1256. Once Lu Ming made his move, apart from a few trump cards that he did not use, he used almost all his strength. Some of the 9 dragon claws were shining with lightning. They were using the Thunder Intent Realm martial technique, Thunder God Strike. The other dragon claws were using the Suppressing Hell art. The combination of the two was terrifying. Young Master Lin's green wings brought with it endless wind. With a flap of his wings, countless wind blades cut through the space and attacked Lu Ming. With a series of explosions, the dragon claws broke through the wind blades and grabbed at young Master Lin. Young Master Lin's expression changed. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage after using the bloodline fusion. Shwa! He flapped his wings and a hurricane swept out. His huge body suddenly shook and disappeared, appearing on the other side. Another Intent Realm martial technique. Lu Ming frowned. Young Master Lin had obviously mastered more than one Intent Realm martial technique. He had mastered 2 or even more. Before, young Master Lin had used an offensive Intent Realm martial technique. But now, he was using a movement Intent Realm martial technique. In addition, he had mainly comprehended the Wind Intent Realm, which made his speed extremely fast. Die! Young Master Lin's eyes were cold. He flapped his wings again and his body turned into a gust of wind, disappearing on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger. A dragon roar sounded and a devouring power burst out, covering 100 miles. Then, the dragon swung its tail and swept in all directions. The dragon tail pierced through the void and clashed with a pair of sharp wings. Then, young Master Lin's body was pushed back. But young Master Lin flapped his wings again and disappeared. Young Master Lin had used 2 Intent Realm martial techniques together. His combat strength was indeed very strong. It was difficult to fight against someone of the same level. However, he had met Lu Ming. Shwa! Shwa! The 9 dragon claws suddenly formed a strange seal. At this moment, 2 sharp auras slashed at Lu Ming. "I've been waiting for you." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and landed on Lu Ming's left side, emitting a bright light. The 9 seals of the God Gate sealed everything. As soon as the 3 sealed doors appeared, young Master Lin's cyan-winged figure suddenly appeared and was suppressed in the middle of the 3 sealed doors. "Break, break!" Young Master Lin bellowed. Green light flared up like a tidal wave as it rained down on the 3 sealed doors. The 3 sealed doors began to tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. But for Lu Ming, this short while was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dragon claws slashed out and continuously struck young Master Lin's body. Young Master Lin cried out in pain as the green energy was torn apart. Bang! Finally, a dragon claw grabbed the neck of the green godly eagle and squeezed hard. The green godly eagle's head directly exploded. The green godly eagle also turned into energy and dissipated. Young Master Lin's figure flew rapidly in the green light that filled the sky. His bloodline was destroyed and he was severely injured. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and fled for his life. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body was like a ray of light as he caught up with young Master Lin in an instant. Young Master Lin fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he was severely injured and it was useless. Lu Ming broke through his layers of defense and grabbed him. Young Master Lin was caught in the palm of the dragon claw and couldn't move. This scene shocked the surrounding onlookers. They couldn't believe it. The genius of the Heavenly God sect, young Master Lin, couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He was really taken down by Lu Ming within 10 moves. His life was in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. Moreover, Lu Ming was only from the Divine Wilderness continent. If it were the strongest geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent, it would be possible. But it was unbelievable for a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent to do it. Even the sovereigns were a little stunned. On the other hand, the top-notch geniuses of the continent of Divine Ruins looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Given Lu Ming's combat abilities, there was no doubt that he would become one of their greatest opponents. "Ah, bastard, let go of me. I'm going to kill you." Young Master Lin was so embarrassed that he was going crazy after being defeated in 10 moves and held in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. His eyes were red as he let out a hysterical roar. If this matter were to spread to the Heavenly God sect, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. He hated that he couldn't wait to skin Lu Ming and pull out his tendons. "Is that so? Don't you know the current situation?" Lu Ming sneered and clenched his claw. Crack, crack. Many of young Master Lin's bones were broken. He trembled all over and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At this moment, he was like a weak little chick in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. His life and death were all in Lu Ming's hands. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The murderous intent of the 3rd bloodline enveloped young Master Lin like a tidal wave. Young Master Lin felt like he was in the Azura hell. His heart began to tremble. "How dare you? He's a disciple of the Heavenly God sect. Let go of him." At this moment, a big man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. He was the expert that Lu Ming suspected had been bribed by young Master Lin. As he spoke, a terrifying aura was released and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like he was being covered by a mountain and he couldn't move at all. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming felt like he couldn't fight back against this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was definitely stronger than the black-robed middle-aged man from the Southern Divine Palace. His cultivation was above the 3rd-level martial royal realm. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect frowned but didn't say anything. "Huh, it's a fight between the younger generation. You're just an emperor. Why are you interfering?" Over at the Divine Dragon Valley, a burly man laughed. An aura rushed out and collided with the middle-aged man's aura, knocking it away. Lu Ming's body relaxed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect looked at the man from the Dragon God Valley seriously. "Nothing. I just couldn't stand it." The big man from the Dragon God Valley laughed. "Let go of him. You win this round." At this moment, the white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. "Here you go." Lu Ming waved his dragon claw and flung young Master Lin's body away. Young Master Lin was half dead and he couldn't even float in the air. The middle-aged man waved his hand and caught young Master Lin. Damn it, damn it. Young Master Lin's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and pulled Xian Yanqing's hand. He said, "Shao Qing, let's go." Since they didn't want him to take part in the test, he would just leave. Hold on. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. It was the big man from the Dragon God Valley. I am Long Quan from the Dragon God Valley. How should I address you? Chapter 1257. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and replied. Since Long Quan had helped him just now, he had a good impression of Long Quan. Naturally, he would answer Long Quan's question. Lu Ming. A young hero. It's rare to be able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age in the continent of God. It would be a pity if you don't take part in the assessment. On behalf of the Divine Dragon Valley, I invite you to take part in the assessment. Long Quan said loudly. No, he can't take part, young Master Lin shouted. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Who are you to interrupt me when I'm speaking? Long Quan's eyes turned cold as an extremely powerful aura burst out. The terrifying aura caused the entire area to tremble. Young Master Lin's face turned pale. I invite Lu Ming to take part in the assessment. Do you have any objections? Long Quan looked at the 9 Heaven Sword sect and Sky Demon sect before looking at the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divine sect. No objections. Of course I have no objections. The leaders of the 9 Heaven Sword sect and Sky Demon sect nodded. Since he is so powerful, I have no objections. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divine sect said. Damn it. Young Master Lin hollered in rage and was filled with unwillingness. Ha, that's great. Lu Ming, what do you say? Long Quan laughed and looked at Lu Ming again. Senior, how can I reject your kind intentions? Lu Ming cupped his fists. All right, let the assessment begin. Long Quan waved his hand. Bush, bush. Their figures flashed as they rushed into the light gates one by one. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing separated. Each of them chose a light gate and rushed in. At this moment, some of them had already gone in for a while, but there was still no movement. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light gate, he felt a ray of light enveloping him. His body felt slightly warm. In the next moment, the feeling disappeared. Lu Ming found himself in a tunnel. The passageway was very wide, and the surrounding walls were covered with shining inscriptions. According to the rules, they had to keep going forward in the void tunnel. Whoever reached the end would be the winner. Lu Ming took a step forward. There was no movement along the way. After walking for a few thousand meters, the appearance of the passageway changed. It was now surrounded by stone walls. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into this passage, his expression changed slightly. The reason for that was because at that moment, the aura emitting from his body began to weaken rapidly. In the end, it returned to its ordinary state. His cultivation had been suppressed, making him seem like a mortal. Not only had his Zhen Yuan, but his state of mind and bloodline been suppressed as well. Lu Ming sensed carefully and found that his prison-suppressing steel bloodline was glowing, and there was even a trace of fluctuation. As for the third bloodline, Lu Ming felt that he could completely control it, and it was not suppressed at all. Only the 9 Dragons bloodline was completely suppressed. Lu Ming's expression did not change as he looked around. On the surrounding stone walls, there were messy carvings of different depths. They were in a disorderly mess. In front of him, a light flashed and a figure condensed. This person looked like a young man in a black robe. He had a cold expression and carried a long spear on his back. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was condensed by a formation. The long spear shook, and the spear light stabbed at Lu Ming like lightning. However, the spear light did not contain any Zhen Yuan. It was probably just physical strength, which was comparable to Lu Ming's physical strength. Lu Ming subconsciously wanted to use the power of his third bloodline to defeat this figure. However, Lu Ming immediately stopped releasing the third bloodline. This level could even suppress the 9 Dragons bloodline, which meant that he was not supposed to use his bloodline power to pass. If he used his bloodline power, it might be sensed by others. That would be too special. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline, especially his third bloodline, was very special. He did not want others to discover it. Thinking of this, he did not use his bloodline. Instead, he used his physical strength and rushed to the right, because there was a black spear there. Whoosh, whoosh. The spear light was like lightning, enveloping Lu Ming's body. This was an extremely exquisite spear technique. Although its power was not great, the trajectory of its movement was incomparably exquisite. Lu Ming had no Jin Yuan in his body, and he could not use his intent realm. He could not use any martial skills to resist at all. He could only rely on his physical strength to dodge. Rip. Lu Ming's back was cut by the spear light, tearing a hole in his clothes. If not for Lu Ming's quick reaction, he would have been injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had fought countless battles along the way and was very experienced in combat. He took a few steps and dodged the attack. He rushed to the front of the black spear, picked it up, and swept it out. Clang. The two spears collided with a clang. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed youth condensed by the formation had the same physical strength as Lu Ming, but he had the support of a mysterious martial skill. His attack power was above Lu Ming's. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold tip of the spear transformed into rays of sharp cold light, piercing through the air and piercing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear and stared at the opponent's spear light. He then stabbed out a few times. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that his spear had stabbed nothing. He was very confident that he could block the opponent's attack with a few stabs. But after stabbing out, he found that he had stabbed nothing but air. The opponent's spear tip shook slightly, and then continued to stab at him. The exquisiteness of the spear art was really unfathomable. What a powerful spear art! It combines strength and speed to the peak. When used, it is unpredictable and hard to predict. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If his cultivation was not suppressed, such a spear art, although incomparably exquisite, would be useless in front of absolute power. Lu Ming's palm strike could break any exquisite martial skill like tofu. But now, under the situation where his cultivation was suppressed, this martial skill was able to display a great power. Bam! At the critical moment, Lu Ming took a step back and his body retreated far away. But there was still a wound on his chest. He had been stabbed by the spear tip. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lu Ming retreated, the black-robed youth's spear aura surged towards Lu Ming like an endless tide. Lu Ming retreated and tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he was thinking about how to counter the opponent's attack. At this moment, outside the ancient city of the ruins of deity, outside the void tunnel, countless people stood in the air and watched. Suddenly, the light door shone and a figure appeared. Someone has failed. Someone whispered. Obviously, someone had failed and was teleported out. Sigh. Those who were teleported out shook their heads and sighed. They could not even pass the first round. It was almost impossible for them to be chosen by the major sects of Yuanlu. The people of the 4 major sects of Yuanlu were expressionless. They did not even look at those who had failed. Chapter 1258. People continued to fail and were sent out. Suddenly, a light spot lit up in the void ahead. It was very eye-catching. Everyone hurriedly looked over and found that a battle stage had appeared in the light spot. A young man stepped onto the battle stage. That's Bing Kong from Divine Palace North. I didn't expect him to be the first to pass the first stage. He is the strongest genius of the younger generation of Divine Palace North. He really lives up to his reputation. Many people exclaimed as they recognized the young man. Divine Palace North was the strongest force of the 4 Divine Palaces. As the number 1 genius of Divine Palace North, his strength was absolutely terrifying. After Bing Kong came to the battle stage, he sat cross-legged on the battle stage and waited quietly. Now that he was alone, he couldn't continue. He had to wait for the other tunnels to converge with his tunnel, and wait for others to arrive on the battle platform. Only then would the victor be able to continue. At this time, another light spot appeared in another direction. There was also a battle stage in the light spot. A young man with a guqin on his back stepped onto the battle stage. This young man was slender and elegant. He had a faint smile on his face and looked like an elegant gentleman. The strongest genius of Divine Palace East, Edienne. Edienne of the Phoenix Guqin. Someone said and revealed the origin of this person. This person's reputation was no less than Bing Kong's. Edienne carried a Guqin on his back and waited quietly on the battle stage. Almost at the same time, two light spots appeared in the void. Like before, there were battle stages in the light spots. A young man stepped out from each of them. One of them had purple hair and a heroic spirit. He was the #1 genius of Divine Palace South, Ziwuji. The other one had a battle sword on his back. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword. Sword chi filled the sky. This person was the strongest genius of Divine Palace West, Sword Battle. The strongest geniuses of the 4 Divine Palaces had all appeared. They each appeared on a battle stage. Obviously, their void passages did not merge in the first stage. In the void passage, Lu Ming continued to dodge the attacks of the Black-Robe youth. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to break through. All around, the carvings on the stone walls. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The carvings on the stone walls were very strange. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a spear technique. It was a very mystical spear technique. As Lu Ming dodged the Black-Robed youth's attacks, he carefully observed the carvings. Under Lu Ming's gaze, the carvings began to change. Slowly, it looked like a figure was practicing spear arts. This kind of spear technique can break this young man's spear technique. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally knew what this stage was testing. It was testing one's perception. The purpose of suppressing one's cultivation, conception, and bloodline was to allow the examinees to comprehend a spear art based on the carvings on the stone wall so that they could overcome the other party's spear art. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to be proficient in spear arts. Some people were proficient in sword arts, so it was possible for them to encounter sword arts. Once the key point was discovered, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's perception was already very shocking. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand shook, and a sharp spear light shot out like lightning, colliding with the long spear of the Black-Robed youth. Clang, clang, clang. A series of violent sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. I can indeed break the other party's martial arts. The more Lu Ming used his spear, the faster it became. The long spear was like a black dragon, dancing in the air. After another dozen blows, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a black lightning bolt, breaking through his opponent's heavy spear barrage and piercing his heart. The black-robed youth exploded. The first stage passed. Lu Ming stepped forward. After crossing the passage, a bright light flashed in front of him. It was actually a battle stage. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. I'm still alone. Looks like I have to wait. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he sat cross-legged on the battle stage. Outside, the onlookers naturally saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed powerful. He's the 6th person to pass the first stage. It's amazing that a genius of the divine wilderness continent can do this. Some people were discussing. Just now, after the 4 strongest geniuses of the 4 cardinal divine palaces stepped onto the battle stage, the #1 genius of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked 2nd in the Divine Ruins continent group. The #1 genius of the Blood Sun continent was the 5th to step onto the battle stage. After that, Lu Ming was the 6th to step onto the battle stage. After a while, more and more light spots appeared in the void. The other powerful geniuses of the 4 cardinal divine palaces, such as Bing Bing, Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, etc. Long Chen also stepped onto the battle stage at about the same time as these geniuses. Then, Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and the others appeared one by one. The first stage was actually not too difficult as long as the key point was found. Although many people were eliminated, there were more who succeeded. There's a passage in the void. Someone shouted. Sure enough, a light spot flashed and a void hole appeared on the side of the battle stage. A youth stepped out from it. There were 2 people on the battle stage. These 2 people had to fight. The winner would continue and the loser would be eliminated. The 2 of them soon engaged in a fierce battle. Then, more and more void passages appeared and merged together. Of course, it was impossible for the loser to pass the stage. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, the battle stage shook and a passage appeared on the side of the battle stage. A young figure appeared from the passage. This person walked out of the passage and stepped onto the battle stage. When he saw Lu Ming, his expression changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength when he fought with Master Lin was too shocking. He had seen it with his own eyes. His combat strength was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. "I'm so unlucky to encounter such a freak in the first stage." The youth's mouth was full of bitterness and helplessness. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the youth. "Lu Ming, I know I'm not your match, but I'll do my best to fight with you." The youth said. This was not an ordinary battle. That was the recruitment of disciples by the Yuanlu sect. He could not admit defeat. No matter what, he would fight. Only by showing his strength to his heart's content, he might be chosen by the experts of the Yuanlu sect. After all, the Yuanlu sect did not recruit disciples. It was based on combat strength. No one knew the standards of the Yuanlu sect. What if he was chosen? "Do your best. I'll give you a chance to do so." Lu Ming said. "Thank you." The youth cupped his fists. Then he performed the bloodline fusion and unleashed his strongest combat strength to attack Lu Ming. Although the youth's cultivation was not bad, it was far from Lu Ming's. Lu Ming did not defeat him immediately. Instead, he allowed the youth to unleash his strongest combat strength before defeating him. Chapter 1259. After defeating his opponent, the space distorted and his opponent was teleported out. In front of the battle platform, another void passageway appeared. Lu Ming took a step into it. At the same time, void tunnels appeared in the other battle stages. Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, Jian Zhan, and the others easily defeated their opponents and entered the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness continent side, Long Chen easily defeated his opponent and entered the next stage. Xian Yanqing was now in the 7th level of the Spirit God realm and had obtained the inheritance of a supreme existence. His battle strength was also very terrifying and entered the next stage. In addition, Xian Yanjuan had obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter during this period of time and his cultivation had increased a lot. He actually entered the 6th level of the Spirit God realm and defeated his opponent to enter the next stage. Heartless Monk and Yang Padian also passed by luck. However, Underworld Child and Moonless Bodhisattva encountered strong opponents and were defeated and eliminated. Outside, countless people were watching. The experts of the 4 major forces of the Yuanlu continent were also watching carefully to see if there were any good seedlings that were suitable for their sections. Soon, the first stage was almost over. Originally, there were more than 500 people. About 100 people didn't pass the first stage. The remaining 400 people fought in pairs and half of them were eliminated. Only about 200 people could continue and enter the second stage. Lu Ming stepped into the void tunnel again and continued forward. After about 1,000 meters, his surroundings suddenly changed and he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. Around him, powerful auras rose like smoke signals. Countless experts were fighting with each other and their killing intent was shocking. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and shattered the sword light. "Kill!" A burly man holding a giant sword charged towards Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. "What's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. "Why did he suddenly come here?" "It's an illusion." Lu Ming sensed carefully and suddenly raised his eyebrows as he saw something fishy. This should be an illusion and Lu Ming was in the middle of it. "Everything is an illusion." Lu Ming muttered. His heart was unmoved and he stood firm. "Kill, kill." A few armored generals, armed with giant axes and long spears, charged toward Lu Ming. Their strong murderous intent made one shudder. But Lu Ming didn't seem to see it. He let the giant axe and spear hit him, his face calm. A surprising scene occurred. When the giant axe and spear struck Lu Ming, it was as if they had struck the void or struck an illusion. Lu Ming was completely unharmed. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he stepped forward. This was a battlefield, and the killing was incomparably intense. Fresh blood drifted in the air, and blood chi permeated the air. The killing intent was as cold as a blade. It felt incomparably real, as if it was really happening. Those with weak wills, even if they knew that this was an illusion, would inevitably be affected and develop fear. However, Lu Ming's resistance to illusions was already very strong. His heart was unmoved. He walked on the battlefield, allowing the swords and sabers to pierce his body. He was as immovable as a mountain. His footsteps were not very fast. He walked step by step on the battlefield. "Young fella, die." In the sky, a loud shout was heard. A palm print that was like the hand of the heavens descended toward Lu Ming. This was definitely a palm strike from a ruler. At this moment, Lu Ming had an illusion that if the palm landed, he would immediately turn into ashes. This kind of feeling made Lu Ming have an instinctive impulse. He wanted to fight back, retaliate, and save himself. This was a human instinct. Anyone would have such an instinct when faced with such a situation. "No, if I make a move, I'll only fall deeper and deeper." Lu Ming suddenly gritted his teeth and endured it, allowing the palm print to land. Boom! There was a loud bang and the palm print dissipated. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. Phew! Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being about to be slapped to death in the next moment and having to endure not fighting back was not a good feeling. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Following that, all kinds of attacks landed on him. There were even attacks that surpassed a third-layer ruler, but Lu Ming was indifferent. He crossed the battlefield alone. In the end, it took Lu Ming half an hour to cross the entire battlefield. When Lu Ming crossed the battlefield disappeared, and Lu Ming reappeared in the void passage. In front of him, there was a flash of light. Lu Ming walked over and found another battle platform. There was no one on the battle platform. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform and sat down cross-legged. In the outside world, everyone was watching seriously. I wonder who will be the first to pass the second stage. I heard from the experts of the Celestial Divine Sect that the second stage is an extremely powerful illusion that tests one's willpower. It's very difficult. Until now, more than 30 people have failed and been eliminated. In my opinion, the first to pass is still the strongest heaven's prides from the 4 celestial palaces. They have the highest chance. That's right. Bing Kong Yidian, Ziwuji, and Jian Zhan are the most likely. However, it's not impossible for Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming. Although Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming are very strong, they're still slightly weaker than the other 4. The surrounding spectators had already learned about the second stage from the experts of the Celestial Divine Sect. At this moment, they were all guessing who would be the first to pass. At this moment, in front of the first row of light spots, another light spot appeared. Similar to the first row of light spots, there was a battle platform inside. A void passage appeared. Who will be the first to pass? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void passage. A young man stepped out and appeared on the battle platform. It's actually him, Lu Ming. I didn't expect it to be Lu Ming. He's the first to pass the second stage. Amazing, amazing. Don't tell me that Lu Ming will be able to defeat everyone and obtain first place? Not necessarily. Lu Ming was able to reach this step from a small continent like the Divine Wilderness continent. His willpower are naturally amazing. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to reach this step. However, it doesn't necessarily represent his combat strength. It's hard to say who will be first. Lu Ming's appearance caused an uproar at the scene. The burly man from the Celestial Divine Sect snorted. He was rather unhappy. As for young Master Lin, his eyes were about to spit fire. Not bad, not bad. This kid is not bad. The burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley laughed loudly. He looked at Lu Ming on the battle platform with admiration. The other experts from the 9 Cloud Sword Sect and the Sky Demonic Sect also nodded. On the path of cultivation, one's will and willpower were also very important. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the battle platform and continued to wait. In the outside world, after Lu Ming appeared, light spots began to appear one by one. This time, following closely behind Lu Ming was the number 1 genius of the Eastern Divine Palace, Eden, the young man with the guqin on his back. Next was Bing Kong of the Northern Divine Palace. Then, Zi Wuji of the Southern Divine Palace, Xue Mingyang of the Blood Sun continent appeared almost at the same time. Chapter 1260. After Long Chen, it was Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen. What was surprising was that Xian Yanqing appeared almost at the same time as these prodigies. Gradually, more and more battle stages appeared, and the number of people eliminated reached about 50. Out of the 200 people, about 50 people were eliminated. There were still about 150 people left. At this point, more than 70 battle stages had appeared in the void. When more than 70 battle stages had appeared, the void passageways where the successful challengers were began to converge with the previous ones. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw a passage on one side of the battle stage. A young man stepped out of the passage. Just like before, the young man's face turned pale when he saw Lu Ming. "How unlucky!" the young man muttered. Previously, when Lu Ming fought with young Master Lin, the combat ability that he displayed was too powerful. Those who had seen him fight were very clear that they were not Lu Ming's match. If they met Lu Ming, it was equivalent to ending the assessment in advance. "I will fight with all my strength." The young man shouted and charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. However, the result was no surprise. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Battles broke out on the other battle stages as well. This battle was equivalent to the battle of 75 people. It was much more intense than the previous battle because those who could make it to the end were stronger. Eden, Bing Kong, and the other top geniuses easily defeated their opponents and won. That's the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. The experts of Dragon God Valley who were watching the battles on the other battle stages suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. In one of the battle stages, Long Chen used the bloodline fusion technique to suppress his opponent and win. It's really the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. This is shocking. The 9 dragons bloodline actually appeared in the continent of God. Now, even the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline has appeared. The experts of 9 Heaven Swords sect exclaimed. "That girl is not bad either. What a pure demonic chi and demonic intent." An expert from the Sky Universe Devil sect stared at one of the battle stages. Over there, Xian Yanqing was fighting with a genius. Xian Yanqing had easily won. Ever since Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert, her cultivation base and combat strength had rapidly increased. She had advanced at a tremendous pace. Also, that's not bad either. The strong warriors of the 4 great forces of the Yuan continents were watching the battles on the battle platforms and nodding their heads. It was obvious that they were satisfied with some people. In the end, all the battles came to an end. The losers were all eliminated, and the victors entered the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness continent's side, Yang Padian and unscrupulous monks' cultivation levels were insufficient, so they lost to their opponents. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Xian Yanqing, and Xian Yanjuan had all advanced. After Lu Ming's victory, he continued to step into the next void passage. This stage was more difficult than the previous 2 stages. Not only did it test one's will, but it also tested one's combat strength. However, Lu Ming passed it easily. This time, Lu Ming was the first to pass the 3rd stage. He appeared on another platform. However, this stage wasn't too difficult for Lu Ming. However, it was extremely difficult for the other geniuses. In this stage, a total of 25 people were eliminated. Only the remaining 50 people were able to pass the stage. What a coincidence! When the void passageways converged and a figure stepped into the arena where Lu Ming was, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wang Zhen. The person who stepped onto Lu Ming's battle stage was actually one of the 3 strongest geniuses of South God Palace, Wang Zhen. When Wang Zhen saw Lu Ming, his face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen actually encountered Lu Ming so early. This battle is going to be interesting. Interesting. A battle between 2 strong geniuses. Many people were excited. Wang Zhen was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of South God Palace. Although his reputation wasn't as good as Zi Wuji's, he couldn't be underestimated. In the entire Divine Ruins continent, Wang Zhen was one of the strongest geniuses. His combat strength was definitely not weak. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they had never fought before. It was still unknown who was stronger and who was weaker. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you have offended too many people. How about this? Why don't we make a deal? If you lose to me, I will help you settle your troubles. Wang Zhen's gaze shifted as he spoke. Help me settle my troubles? I would like to know how you are going to settle them. For example, young Master Lin must hate me to the core now. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. My Wang family is still influential in South God Palace. If you lose to me on purpose, I will put in a good word for you in front of young Master Lin. Then, you can just apologize and this matter will be over. Wang Zhen said confidently. You want me to lose to you so that you will be chosen by the major sects in Yuanlu? Since your Wang family is so capable, why don't you put in a good word for yourself? Then, you will be able to join the major sects in Yuanlu. Why do you need to play such a dirty trick? Lu Ming said with a mocking expression. Lu Ming, I am talking to you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If we really fight, I am not afraid of you. Wang Zhen said with a gloomy face. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Make your move. You don't have to worry about my matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bang! Wang Zhen said coldly and took a step forward. When he took a step forward, a milky white light shot up to the sky from his body. This light was extremely holy, as if it could purify all evil. Sacred light, divine sword. Wang Zhen was bathed in the pure white sacred light. He grasped the air with both hands and two pure white combat swords appeared in his hands. The two combat swords slashed out in a crisscross manner. A cross-shaped sword aura was shot toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and dodged the cross-shaped sword aura in a flash. He then charged towards Wang Zhen. Sacred light storm. Wang Zhen's body continued to spin. The boundless sacred light was driven and formed a storm of swords that rained down on Lu Ming. Child's play. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. He unleashed the power of 9 dragons as he activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out a punch. The suppressing hell skill could suppress everything. No matter how many sword auras there were, a punch would break them. Boom! The boundless storm of sword auras was shattered in an instant. Wang Zhen's expression changed. He placed his 2 swords in front of him to block Lu Ming's punch. With a thud, Wang Zhen was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. I don't believe it. Supreme Sacred Light Technique. Wang Zhen shouted. A milky white armor appeared on top of his head. The sacred light was vast and boundless like the ocean. This was Wang Zhen's bloodline, a set of armor. Moreover, when Wang Zhen used the bloodline fusion, it was strange. It was different from others. When he used the bloodline fusion, the armor seemed to be on his body, causing his aura to soar crazily. Chapter 1261. There was no doubt that Wang Zhen was using an intent martial technique. It was an intent martial technique of the holy light intent. This light seemed peaceful, but it had the power to destroy everything. Lu Ming's true yuan continued to circulate in his body. With the support of the 9 dragon energies, it was filled with explosive power. Boom! The hell-suppressing heaven skill was activated. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed at the beam of light. Break! As Lu Ming spoke, the light was split in half by Lu Ming's palm. How can he be so strong? Wang Zhen roared in disbelief. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of the spirit god realm, which was stronger than Lu Ming's. However, even after performing the bloodline fusion and using the intent realm martial technique, Lu Ming still managed to break his attack with one palm. Most importantly, Lu Ming hadn't used the bloodline fusion yet, so he hadn't used his full strength yet. Lu Ming's previous battle with young Master Lin wasn't limited to just this. Wang Zhen couldn't accept that Lin Yun could break his killing move without using his full strength. Holy Light 9 slashes. Wang Zhen's armor shone brightly as the 2 swords in his hands merged into one. He slashed out 9 times in a row, and the power of the 9 swords stacked together to unleash a terrifying power. Lu Ming unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline and turned into 9 dragons. His dragon claws clashed with the milky white sword light. Boom, boom, boom. 9 explosions sounded out as the milky white sword light shattered. Following that, the 9 dragons launched a series of attacks. Some dragon claws used the hell-suppressing heaven art, while others used the thunder god strike. The hell-suppressing steel appeared in the air and pressed down on Wang Jin. Lightning formed a phoenix that spread its wings and pounced at Wang Jin. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful attacks landed on Wang Jin's armor, causing it to tremble violently and let out an unpleasant creaking sound. In the end, it couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. Wang Jin howled in grief as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backwards. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Wang Jin. Their dragon claws slammed down on Wang Jin's body. Wang Jin was as weak as a chicken. He heavily smashed into the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Wang Jin admitted defeat in humiliation. If he didn't admit defeat, Lu Ming could continue to attack. After Wang Jin admitted defeat, the space around him started to distort and his body was sent out. Damn it, this bastard. After coming out, Wang Jin roared in his heart. He wasn't confident that he would be eliminated so early. He didn't know if he would be chosen by one of the great sects of Yuanlu. If he were to fall, he would definitely make Lu Ming pay the price. He swore to himself. Look, are they sisters? So similar. They really do look alike, and they're both so beautiful that they're devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, someone shouted. Wang Jin followed the voice and saw 2 female characters on one of the battle stages. One of them was wearing a black dress while the other was wearing a white dress. It was a stark contrast, but they looked exactly the same. They were Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. When the 2 identical beauties met, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the experts from the 4 major forces of Yuanlu were watching with interest. Isn't this girl Lu Ming's woman? Humph, let Nianjuan teach her a lesson and avenge me. Wang Jin thought to himself. In the fighting ring, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan stood opposite each other. Their eyes were like lightning as they stared at each other. Not long after, the 2 of them fought again. This time, they were determined to determine the winner. Xian Yanqing, you're a freak. Today, I will officially eliminate you on behalf of the imperial family and the Xie family. Xian Yanjuan said coldly. Her eyes were still filled with arrogance and disdain. Xian Yanjuan, don't act all high and mighty. Is your bloodline very noble? In my heart, it's worthless. Today, I will completely trample on you and crush your so-called dignity. I will let you know that the Xie family is not worth mentioning. Xian Yanqing did not back down and continued to fight back. There's no point in talking nonsense. Let's see who's stronger. Xian Yanjuan said. Her body emitted a milky white light. It was very similar to Wang Jin's. It was a type of sacred light. However, Xian Yanjuan's sacred light was even purer and more condensed than Wang Jin's. 9 Heavens Sacred Region. Xian Yanjuan made the first move. She pressed her jade-like hand and sacred light spread out. It formed a domain-like force field and enveloped Xian Yanqing. This is the embryonic form of a domain. No, it doesn't look like it. Xian Yanjuan's move made the experts of Heavenly Divine Sect and 9 Heaven Sword Sect frown. They were all shocked. Especially the white-haired old man of Heavenly Divine Sect. He looked at Xian Yanjuan with great admiration. This move again. Break for me. Xian Yanqing looked calm. Her finger was like a sword as she drew a line in front of her. Numerous black lotuses formed in front of Xian Yanqing's finger. The lotuses then dispersed. The petals of the lotuses formed a lotus sword in the air and slashed at the 9 Heavens Sacred Region. With a poochie sound, the 9 Heavens Sacred Region was sliced open by Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanjuan's face changed. She did not expect Xian Yanqing to be able to break her 9 Heavens Sacred Region so easily. Your cultivation is too weak. A cold voice came from Xian Yanqing. At the same time, a stronger aura than Xian Yanjuan burst out from Xian Yanqing's body. The aura of a 7th-level spirit god. 7th-level spirit god. How did you reach the 7th-level spirit god so quickly? Xian Yinjuan shouted in disbelief. She had been very close to Wang Jin recently. With the help of the Wang family, her cultivation had improved rapidly. She had also obtained other opportunities and broken through the profound martial realm, reaching the 6th-level spirit god. She had thought that no one in the divine wilderness continent could be her match. She was not even afraid of Long Chen. However, she had seen Lu Ming's strength. Even the genius of Heavenly Divine Sect, young Master Lin, was not a match for Lu Ming. She was shocked and somewhat in disbelief. It had dealt a heavy blow to her confidence. But now, she realized that even Xian Yanqing, who she had always looked down on, had surpassed her. His cultivation had reached the 7th-level spirit god. She found it hard to accept. So what if you have broken through to the 7th-level spirit god? I can still defeat you. Xian Yinjuan shouted. A beautiful woman's figure appeared above his head. She was as holy as the fairy of the 9 heavens. She used bloodline fusion and attacked Xian Yanqing. Heavenly demon force field. Xian Yanqing whispered. A force field spread toward Xian Yinjuan. Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon force field was many times stronger than before. Xian Yinjuan's body entered the heavenly demon force field. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Devil's will. Xian Yanqing pinched his fingers. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Vast demonic might spread out like a supreme demonic god. Chapter 1262. Xian Yanqing was like a demoness. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her demonic chi was vast and mighty. She took light steps in the air and walked towards Xian Yinjuan step by step. I won't lose to you. Xian Yinjuan's beautiful face was distorted with anger and excitement. The bloodline that she had transformed into bloomed with holy light. She used all her strength to send out a palm strike towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing also raised her jade-like hand and lightly struck out with her palm. Bam! The two palms collided, and the holy light was instantly suppressed. The demonic chi was vast and mighty, destroying the holy light as easily as crushing rotten wood. Bush. Then, Xian Yanqing waved her hand, and a black lotus condensed and fell on Xian Yinjuan's body. Xian Yinjuan's bloodline seemed to be under endless pressure. Deep marks appeared on her body, and then she collapsed. Xian Yinjuan's figure appeared in the rain of light. Her beautiful face was pale, and the blood in her mouth drifted in the air like bright red plum blossoms. Xian Yanqing continued to step forward and sent out a palm strike, bombarding Xian Yinjuan's body. Xian Yanqing groaned and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body seemed to have been electrocuted, and she flew far away and fell on the battle stage. How could this be? Outside, Wang Jin was dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. After this period of time, he had a good understanding of Xian Yinjuan. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also astonishingly talented. With the help of the Wang family and her own fortuitous encounters, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, she had reached the 6th-level spirit god realm. Even he felt inferior to such talent. Originally, he thought that Xian Yanqing would win for sure, but he didn't expect that Xian Yinjuan would be defeated so easily. This woman is naturally suited for the demonic Dao. Our Sky Demonic Sect wants her. The experts from the Sky Universe Demon Sect looked at Xian Yanqing with gleaming eyes. She just has a higher cultivation. The other girl is not bad either. My Heavenly God Sect wants her. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity Sect looked at Xian Yinjuan. Around them, the others were extremely envious. The examination was not over yet, but the two of them had already been selected by the two major forces. They would definitely be able to join the two major forces, regardless of the results of the later examinations. Impossible! On the battle platform, Xian Yinjuan cried out in disbelief. Her hair was disheveled and she was in an extremely sorry state. She didn't look like the peerless princess at all. As proud as she was, she found it hard to accept this result. In the divine wilderness continent, she was high and mighty, second only to Long Chen. Ever since she was young, she had been shrouded in limitless light. She was the moon surrounded by stars and was the focus of the world. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing was the opposite of her. He was ostracized by the imperial family and despised by the Xie family. He didn't even have the chance to appear in front of others. Compared to Xian Yanjuan, they were like heaven and earth. In the past, she had never thought that Xian Yanqing would be able to defeat her one day. Therefore, when this day came, she was at a loss, as if she was in a dream. What pure bloodline of the Xie family? In our eyes, you guys are just self-righteous people who are deceiving yourselves. In fact, you are weak. Today, I defeated you. In the future, Xie Qitian will also be defeated by me. I will let the world know that your so-called pure bloodline is just a joke. Therefore, I won't kill you today. Get lost. As Xian Yanqing spoke, he waved his hand. A palm wind rose and sent Xian Yanjuan flying far away. The space distorted and Xian Yanjuan's figure was sent out. Yanjuan, are you okay? As soon as Xian Yanjuan appeared, Wang Zhen flew over and asked about his well-being. I'm fine, Xian Yanjuan said, but his eyes were extremely cold. Then he glanced at Wang Zhen and said, You lost too? Who did you meet? Lu Ming. Wang Zhen hesitated at first, then gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming again. Xian Yanjuan clenched his fists tightly. At this time, the battles on the various fighting platforms had almost come to an end. Those who could reach this stage were all very strong. However, compared to the small group of people who were at the top, the gap was obvious. Therefore, the battles didn't take long. At this stage, there were only 25 people left. These 25 people were all very strong. For example, the top geniuses of the 4 directions divine palaces and the second and third geniuses of the 2 continents. What was worth mentioning was that there were also many dark horses. Among the 25 people, only 18 of them had stepped onto Big Dipper Peak before. The remaining 7 were newcomers, such as Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xian Yanqing seemed to be from the same continent. At this time, someone said in surprise, It can't be? From the same continent? It can't be. Other than the Divine Ruins continent, there are only 3 people from the Blood Yang continent who can reach this stage. If these 3 are from the same continent, wouldn't they be on par with the Blood Yang continent? By the way, which continent are they from? I know, they're from the Divine Wilderness continent. What? Divine Wilderness continent? It can't be, right? That small continent? There was a burst of discussion. When the crowd knew that Lu Ming and the other 2 were from the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all stunned and in disbelief. The Divine Wilderness continent could give birth to so many geniuses. Moreover, Xian Yanjuan should also be from the Divine Wilderness continent and had been chosen by the Heavenly God sect. If that was the case, the Divine Wilderness continent was too shocking. Outside, the crowd was discussing in surprise. Lu Ming and the others had already stepped into the void passage behind them. Not long after Lu Ming stepped into the void passage, he was faced with a storm of attacks. Figures condensed and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, inscriptions filled the void passage, forming an even more terrifying attack. This stage did not test anything else but pure combat strength and combat experience. If one wanted to pass the stage, they would have to fight their way through. Lu Ming unleashed his dragon power and crushed his way through. However, the further he went, the stronger the attacks on Lu Ming and the greater the resistance. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, he had to put in some effort. Outside the void passage, there were flashes of light from time to time. It was the experts who were eliminated and sent out. It can't be. This stage is so difficult that even such geniuses are eliminated. Some people secretly clicked their tongues. Those who could reach this step and enter the top 25 were all amazing geniuses. However, there were still people who were eliminated. It was obvious that this stage was too difficult. That's Shui Ku, the second-ranked genius of the Blood Yang continent. And Ice Dragon, one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace, was also eliminated. This is too shocking. The space flickered again and again as geniuses were sent out. Ice Dragon's face was gloomy. He felt extremely embarrassed that he could not even pass the stage. Did you notice that the three geniuses from the divine wilderness continent were not eliminated? It's true. Could it be that they can pass? This is too unbelievable. Some people thought of Lu Ming and the other two. Chapter 1263. In the end, even geniuses like Ji Hongchen were sent out of the 4 sacred palaces. Look, someone passed. Suddenly, someone shouted. In front of them, a dot of light lit up, and a figure appeared within the dot of light. It's Eden, the Eden of the East Sacred Palace. It's really Eden. It's not Lu Ming, nor is it Bing Kong. It seems like Eden's combat strength is terrifying. The fact that Eden was the first to appear surprised everyone. After all, Lu Ming's performance was very strong. Many people thought that Lu Ming would be the first to pass. This time, it wasn't a battle stage that appeared in the light spot, but a platform that could only accommodate one person. At this moment, another light spot appeared not far from where Eden was. This time, a figure appeared. It was the strongest genius of the North Sacred Palace, Bing Kong. Similarly, there was only a platform beneath Bing Kong's feet. He stood on the platform and looked at Eden with sharp eyes. It seemed like they could see each other. Eden also looked at Bing Kong. There seemed to be sparks between the two of them. The second to succeed is Bing Kong, not Lu Ming. It seems like I overestimated him. It's very normal. The first few stages tested one's willpower. Lu Ming's willpower is strong, but it doesn't mean that his combat ability can overpower everyone. Eden, Bing Kong, and the rest are extremely terrifying and have unparalleled combat ability. I'm afraid they can defeat young Master Lin. Shu, lower your voice. Some people discussed, but they quickly shut up and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Divinity sect. Unfortunately, although their voices were soft, young Master Lin still heard them. This made his face even darker. In the void tunnel, Lu Ming was still trying to pass the stages. However, he didn't use his strongest combat strength, nor did he use the bloodline fusion. He only used the power of 9 dragons, the intent realm, and the suppressing hell skill to pass the stages. I feel like my water intent is about to break through. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. His concept of thunder, concept of fire, and concept of wind had already broken through to the peak of the 4th level when he was in the ruins of God. His concepts of earth and water were still at the peak of the 4th level. Now, after a series of great battles, the concept of water finally showed signs of breaking through. As such, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. He focused on operating his concepts to resist the outside world. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to break through again. Lu Ming's speed of clearing the levels gradually slowed down. As time passed, the number of people who succeeded gradually increased. Following Eden and Bing Kong were Zi Wuji, Jian Zhan, and Xue Mingyang. Behind Xue Mingyang and the other two, a young man with skin as hard as iron stepped forward. Everyone recognized that this person was the number 1 genius of the 3rd continent, Tai Hong of the Divine Iron Continent. Soon, a stunning woman appeared. This person was also a dark horse. She had risen from a small continent and had attracted many people's attention. Now, she was the 7th person to succeed. Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. It seems like his battle strength isn't ridiculously strong. That's right. Many people were discussing. This made young Master Lin's face even gloomier. His heart was conflicted. First, he thought that Lu Ming couldn't pass and was eliminated. However, this meant that Lu Ming's battle strength was low. But if Lu Ming, who had low battle strength, could defeat him, didn't that mean that he was even worse? Now, hearing others say that Lu Ming's battle strength wasn't good, he felt very uncomfortable. It's all that Lu Ming's fault. Young Master Lin secretly gritted his teeth. In the void, there were 7 spots of light. Each spot of light was a platform, and the 7 people stood on each platform. It was as if there was a transparent bubble in the void, wrapping around each platform in an arc. They could see each other. At this moment, another spot of light appeared, and a figure appeared on the platform. It was Long Chen. The 8th person to appear was Long Chen. That's Long Chen from the Divine Wilderness continent. He's only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. It's unbelievable that he could pass the challenge. Yeah. Even Ice Dragon and Ji Hongqin, who were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, were eliminated. He can pass the challenge with his 7th level of the spiritual god realm cultivation. Long Chen's appearance caused a wave of discussion. It was extremely shocking. The ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline, one of the top 10 battle beasts. It's unfathomable and unpredictable. The eyes of the experts from the divine Dragon Valley were burning. The other 3 forces were also tempted. It was extremely rare to awaken such a bloodline, even in the Yuan continent. Immediately after Long Chen, another dot of light appeared. Then, a beautiful woman walked out from the dot of light. Xian Yanqing. Many people's hearts skipped a beat, and they were surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect the person to be Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was the same as Long Chen. He was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Even the experts of the Yuan continent's 4 major forces were surprised that he could pass the challenge. How is this possible? Seeing Xian Yanqing's figure appear, Xian Yanjuan's body trembled violently. His face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't accept it. Xian Yanqing could pass the challenge, which meant that he didn't use much of his strength in the battle with her. This was a huge blow to her. Due to jealousy, the muscles on her face were slightly contorted, making her look ferocious. Xian Yanqing and Long Chen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They then looked around, and when they didn't see Lu Ming's figure, they were surprised. In their opinion, Lu Ming should have passed the challenge long ago. He will definitely succeed. It's just that he was delayed by something. Xian Yanqing muttered. She had full confidence in Lu Ming. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, 15 people had been eliminated. There were originally 25 people, but now 15 people had been eliminated. 9 people had passed the challenge, and 1 person was still trying. Obviously, that person was Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming hasn't come out yet. He hasn't been eliminated, and he hasn't passed the challenge. It's really strange. What's so strange about it? I reckon that his combat strength isn't good enough. He's just struggling and can't bear to give up. He's just trash. There were also people who were disdainful and mocking. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Ice Dragon, the genius of the North Divine Palace. On the celestial god Sek's side, young Master Lin's face darkened again. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Lu Ming defeated him. It was an indisputable fact. Now that others were belittling Lu Ming and Lu Ming, it was the same as belittling him. They said that Lu Ming was trash. Didn't that mean that he was worse than trash? He was attacked even when he was lying down. How could he not be depressed? However, he couldn't do anything about it. Did he have to stand up for Lu Ming and teach those who belittled Lu Ming a lesson? Chapter 1264. Time passed slowly, but Lu Ming still hadn't appeared. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. 2 hours had passed, but Lu Ming still hadn't appeared. Some people were getting anxious. Nestle, what's going on? Lu Ming still hasn't appeared. What's going on? Did he die in there? No way. If Lu Ming died in there, the celestial sex experts would definitely know. Now that they haven't said anything, it means that Lu Ming isn't dead yet. Then why is it taking so long? After so long, even some people who thought highly of Lu Ming were shaken. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated young Master Lin, which made some people think highly of him. They thought that even if Lu Ming couldn't get first place, he would be able to get into the top 3. But now, many people were shaken. Some people even guessed that Lu Ming might have used some kind of secret technique in his battle with young Master Lin, which allowed his battle strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. However, there was a huge aftereffect. At this moment, his battle strength was probably exhausted and he was struggling to hold on. As time passed, more and more people accepted this view. Lu Ming didn't know any of this. He was still in the void tunnel, resisting the attacks from all directions. Now, he was constantly weakening the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. He was mainly using his intent to fight and train his intent. As time passed, his understanding of the water intent grew stronger. The feeling of a breakthrough also grew stronger. After a few hours, suddenly, The blue light in the five-colored intent around Lu Ming suddenly shone brightly. The blue light represented the water intent. The water intent had broken through and reached the perfect fourth stage. Now, only the earth intent had not reached the perfect fourth stage. If the earth intent also broke through to the perfect fourth stage, then Lu Ming only needed to find time to constantly devour and refine origin stones. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation would continue to break through until he reached the perfect spirit god realm. Of course, it wasn't that easy to reach the prime stage. He needed to transform his intent into a domain. The breakthrough of the water intent had slightly increased Lu Ming's battle strength. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. It's done. Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile. He pressed down with his palm, and with the support of the five-colored wills, the power of the suppressing hell kung fu skyrocketed. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's palm was like a hell-suppressing heavenly steel, suppressing the heavens. All around, the offensive power formed by the human figures and the formation was crushed one by one. Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster. There was no way to stop him. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Ming had already covered a distance of 10 miles. In front of him, there was a platform. Lu Ming stepped onto it. He passed. It's Lu Ming. He passed. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was an uproar all around. It took me more than 2 hours to clear it, hee. Some people sneered and snorted disdainfully. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, the light spots that appeared in the first and second stages were like bubbles, dispersing one by one. In the end, only 10 people managed to pass the trial. As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he looked around and saw Xian Yanqing, Long Chen, Yi Dian, Bing Kong, and the others. He exchanged glances with Xian Yanqing and smiled tacitly. Then he nodded at Long Chen. As for Yi Dian, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and the others, their gazes fell on Lu Ming. Some were serious, some were disdainful, and so on. In the void, the 10 people formed a circle and floated in the air, looking at each other. At this moment, in the center of the 10 people, a light dot floated out. Slowly, a battle platform formed and floated in the center of the 10 people. It seemed that the battle of the 10 people would begin on this battle platform. Suddenly, 2 of the platforms flew toward the battle platform. Yi Dian and Tai Hong. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 2 people flying toward the battle platform were Yi Dian and Tai Hong. After the 2 of them flew to the battle platform, the platform under their feet disappeared automatically. The 2 of them landed on the battle platform and stood facing each other. It seemed that the battle was random. The 2 people who flew to the battle platform would be the 2 who would fight. Ian, let's fight. Tai Hong's eyes were filled with battle intent. The muscles all over his body and the color of his skin were like divine iron, emitting a cold light. Come, Ian said. It was very simple. He grasped the void with one hand and his true essence condensed into a 9-string zither. You don't use a real spiritual weapon? Tai Hong's eyes turned cold. When the time comes, I will use it, Ian said. His voice was calm, but it revealed his confidence in himself. How arrogant. Don't regret it. Tai Hong snorted. The muscles all over his body wriggled and his body swelled up. The metallic luster became even more intense. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. He stomped hard on the battle platform and his body turned into a black light, charging toward Yi Dian. With a punch, the entire battle platform shook violently. Clang, clang. The 9-string zither in Yi Dian's hand floated in front of him. He played the zither with one hand. Sonorous sounds filled the air. It was as if thousands of troops were on a punitive expedition. The sound of the zither was filled with cold, killing intent. Tai Hong's expression suddenly changed. He shouted and punched the air with both fists. Clang, clang, clang. Tai Hong punched the air, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew from his fists. Around the battle platform, endless energy shot out. It was incomparably sharp. Luckily, there was a layer of light around the fighting stage that blocked these attacks. Tai Hong's body shook in midair and he took a few steps back. The 9-string zither in Yi Dian's hand also vibrated. He slid back a meter. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. The short exchange allowed them to see the strength of the two. Tai Hong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. He was stronger than Bing Bing, Ji Hongchen, and the others. He wasn't weaker than young Master Lin. And Yi Dian was even more unfathomable. Many people couldn't see through Yi Dian's strength in the previous exchange. Again, godly iron skybreaker. Tai Hong roared. His entire body turned into metal. He was like an invincible god of war as he charged toward Yi Dian and used a martial technique of intent. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of Yi Dian's zither also started to become hurried. It was as if millions of experts were fighting. The killing intent was shocking. This kind of attack could kill without leaving a trace. It was absolutely terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Bursts of explosions sounded in the air. They were even denser than when iron was being forged. In an instant, hundreds of sounds rang out. Tai Hong's voice was like a bell. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Sometimes, he completely ignored his defense and attacked crazily. His body was a supreme spiritual weapon. It had unparalleled defense and unparalleled attack power. Lose for me. Tai Hong's eyes were ferocious. Chapter 1265. Tai Hong was like a war machine, as if he was made out of a piece of divine metal. His offense and defense had reached the pinnacle. He kept moving forward, breaking through Eden's Guqin music and charging towards Eden. Phoenix cry. At this moment, a clear voice came from Eden's mouth. At the same time, his Guqin music suddenly changed. It was as if a phoenix was soaring into the sky. A phoenix cry resounded through the sky. One could see a phoenix flying out of Eden's 9-string Guqin. A flaming phoenix bathed in phoenix flames flapped its wings and pounced towards Tai Hong. Bang, bang. Tai Hong swung his fists continuously, wanting to defeat the phoenix. However, in the end, not only did he fail to defeat the phoenix, he was also pushed back by the phoenix. He was pushed back 100 meters, and his fists were burned red by the flames. Chirp. The phoenix continued to cry as flames spread out and flew towards Tai Hong. Break! Tai Hong shouted as his true yuan boiled. An Iron Man appeared on top of his head. In the ancient times, it was said that a human emperor had created an Iron Man. Tai Hong's bloodline was this Iron Man. There were 9 major meridians on his body that were like 9 small suns. They shone brightly. Tai Hong's Iron Man form was even more powerful. He kept attacking the flaming phoenix with his fists. Boom, boom, boom. After dozens of explosions, the flaming phoenix and Tai Hong were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. However, at this moment, the cry of another phoenix was heard. A cyan phoenix flew out. This azure phoenix was bathed in the power of wind. It cooperated with the flaming phoenix. With a flap of its wings, the wind helped the flames. The flames filled the sky and spread towards Tai Hong. Tai Hong was shocked. He tried his best to block, but he was still no match for the 2 phoenixes. He kept retreating. How powerful! Eden's strength is unfathomable. That's right. Tai Hong's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the spirit god realm. He's only a little weaker than young Master Lin, but he's no match for Eden. Eden is too powerful. He hasn't even used his bloodline yet. He hasn't even used the Guqin on his back. The onlookers stared at the battle stage and the battle between the two. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were only of the younger generation. With such strength, they could definitely fight against a prime. He could be called a supreme youth. After exchanging a few more moves, Tai Hong was no match for Chen Shi in the end, and he was completely suppressed. In the end, his bloodline was defeated, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. After Tai Hong admitted defeat, he was sent out. Suddenly, a stone staircase appeared in front of the battle platform. At the bottom of the stone staircase was a platform. Eden's figure was sent to the platform. He tried, but he couldn't climb the stairs at all. So, he stood on the platform below the stairs and watched the upcoming battle. As expected, 2 more platforms flew towards the middle of the fighting stage. This time, it was the beautiful lady and the other person was Bing Kong. That beautiful woman's battle prowess was also extremely terrifying. She was not weaker than Tai Hong. Unfortunately, Bing Kong was even stronger. With a wave of his hand, he could freeze everything. His intent realm martial skill had been cultivated to an unfathomable realm. It didn't take long for him to defeat the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was teleported out, and Bing Kong, just like Eden, appeared on the platform below the stairs. Then, 2 more platforms flew to the fighting ring. Long Chen. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. One of them was Long Chen and the other was Jian Zhan. This battle stunned everyone. It wasn't because of Jian Zhan, but because of Long Chen. Jian Zhan's cultivation was unfathomable, and his battle prowess was extremely powerful. His sword radiance was shocking, and the power of his sword principle was strong. Everyone was prepared for it. However, Long Chen's battle prowess was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Chen's cultivation was only at the middle 7th level spirit god realm, but his battle prowess was so strong that even the experts from the Yuanlu sect were dumbfounded. Long Chen had transformed into the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. With his bloodline martial skill as the main and his intent realm martial skill as the support, he unleashed an extremely terrifying battle prowess. It was as if the real immemorial dragonesque elephant was born and swept across the world. The immemorial dragonesque elephant was one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was famous for its battle prowess. Not many existences in the world could compare with its battle prowess. It was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Long Chen had gained a lot in the ruins of God, and his battle prowess had increased. Although his cultivation was far behind Jian Zhan, he was defeated after more than 50 moves. This made Jian Zhan's face extremely gloomy. He was only dealing with a middle 7th level spirit god realm martial artist. With his battle prowess, it took him more than 50 moves to defeat Long Chen. This made him feel embarrassed. The Divine Wilderness continent is really amazing. Many people exclaimed again. 3 people from the Divine Wilderness continent had made it into the top 10. Moreover, Long Chen's battle prowess was too terrifying. My Divine Dragon Valley wants this kid. He's compatible with my Divine Dragon Valley. An expert from the Divine Dragon Valley said with a burning gaze. What a joke! Although the immemorial dragonesque elephant has the word dragon in it, it has nothing to do with a real dragon. Don't flatter yourself. I think he's suitable to join my 9 Heaven Sword sect. An expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect sneered. In my opinion, he's the most suitable one to join my Divine Sky sect. The white-haired elder from the Divine Sky sect said. Only the Heavenly Universe Demon sect did not say anything. After all, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect cultivated the demonic Tao. If they chose the wrong person, it would be useless no matter how talented he was. After 6 consecutive battles, there were only 4 people left. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Zi Wuji, and Shui Mingyang. 2 of the platforms flew towards the battle stage. Lu Ming was a little stunned because these 2 people were Zi Wuji and Shui Mingyang. Only he and Xian Yanqing were left. In the end, it was his turn to fight with Xian Yanqing. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Xian Yanqing showed his white teeth and waved his little fist at Lu Ming, making Lu Ming smile bitterly. The battle between Zi Wuji and Shui Mingyang broke out. This was the most intense battle so far. Zi Wuji was the strongest genius of the Southern Divine Palace, while Shui Mingyang was the strongest genius of the Blood Yang continent, which was ranked 2nd on the continent. Their battle strength was almost the same, and the battle was extremely fierce. The 2 exchanged more than 500 moves. In the end, Zi Wuji won and won with difficulty. This battle made everyone clearly realize how terrifying Zi Wuji and Shui Mingyang were. Early stage 9th level spirit god realm. Zi Wuji and Shui Mingyang's cultivation were both in the early 9th level of the spirit god realm. Reaching such a cultivation at such a young age was shocking. Needless to say, Sword Battle, Eden, and Bing Kong were equally famous as Zi Wuji. Their cultivation had definitely reached the 9th level of the spirit god realm. This made the young men from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent look a little solemn. Obviously, It was beyond their expectations that there would be such young geniuses in the Divine Ruins continent. After the battle between Ziwu Ji and Xue Mingyang ended, Xue Mingyang was sent out, and Ziwu Ji appeared on the platform below the stairs like the previous victors. Chapter 1266. The surrounding onlookers were also quite surprised. It wasn't difficult for them to see that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were definitely lovers. But now, this pair of lovers was arranged to fight together. Everyone was very curious. What would the outcome of the battle be? On the battle stage, Lu Ming rubbed his nose helplessly. Lu Ming, why don't you admit defeat? Xian Yanqing smiled playfully. Her big eyes narrowed, revealing a sly look. I admit defeat? Sure, but... Lu Ming said as he looked at Bing Kong and the others below the stairs. Winning or losing against Xian Yanqing wasn't important at all. If Xian Yanqing asked him to admit defeat, he would admit defeat. What he was worried about was that if Xian Yanqing defeated him, he would have to face Bing Kong and the others. With Xian Yanqing's current cultivation, he was definitely not a match for Bing Kong and the others. Hee, fool, I'm just joking with you. I can't deal with those guys, so I'll leave them to you. You have to get first place, otherwise, I won't let you off. Xian Yanqing smiled, then looked around and said, I admit defeat. After Xian Yanqing said that, the space distorted and Xian Yanqing's figure was sent out. As for Lu Ming, he was teleported to the platform at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming won too easily. There were a total of 5 people on the platform below the stairs. Lu Ming, Eden, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwu Ji. The 5 strongest supreme prides of the continent of God were born. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 of them. Everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, the white-haired elder of the celestial god sect stepped out and said, Next, the final battle will begin. It's very simple. You all will climb the staircase. The first one to climb the stairs will be the first, the second one will be the second, and so on. You can use any means on the stairs. As the white-haired old man's words fell, Bing Kong, Edian, and the others' eyes lit up. They looked at each other warily. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the 5 of them stepped out at the same time and headed up the stairs. As he stepped down, the stairs rumbled, as if a mountain had landed on the stairs. What a strong pressure! As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the stairs, he felt a boundless pressure pressing down on his body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This staircase was indeed not that simple. Standing on the first step, the 5 of them were on guard against each other, preventing each other from attacking. Lu Ming, what qualifications do you have to be with us? Get the hell out of here. At this moment, Bing Kong looked at Lu Ming coldly and scolded him. Ice Dragon had been defeated by Lu Ming and had always held a grudge. He had secretly asked Bing Kong to avenge him if he had the chance. At this moment, Bing Kong immediately made his move. Moreover, the 5 people on the stage were Edian, Jian Zhan, and Ziwu Ji. They were the strongest sky prides of the 4 directions deity palaces and were equally famous. As for Lu Ming, what was he? How could he stand with them and compete with them? He wanted to blast Lu Ming down first. Shua! Bing Kong's palm blasted towards Lu Ming. The cold chi seemed to want to freeze Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm, colliding with Bing Kong's palm. Bang! Bing Kong's body shook slightly as he took a step back. Lu Ming's body did not move, but a cold current flowed along Lu Ming's arm and seeped into it. Lu Ming used his 5-colored intent realm to resist. A layer of white frost appeared on his arm and crackled. In the end, Lu Ming circulated his true chi and shook it, dispersing the cold chi. What a terrifying cold chi! Lu Ming felt that the cold chi was several times stronger than Ice Dragon's. In a battle of the same level, Ice Dragon was not Bing Kong's opponent, not to mention that Bing Kong's cultivation was higher. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Bing Kong's eyes darkened as the aura on his body became even colder. Extreme Ice Seal. Bing Kong continuously struck out with his palms. The extremely cold palm energy slammed towards Lu Ming. Wherever the palm energy passed, the entire space was frozen. Everything in this space became motionless. This was a martial skill of the intent realm, and it was definitely not at the 3rd level. It should have reached the 4th level. On the side, Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji all had grave expressions. Within Lu Ming's body, dragon power roared as all 9 dragon powers erupted. At the same time, his 3rd bloodline emerged. A blood-red energy poured into Lu Ming's body as a terrifying murderous intent rushed towards Bing Kong. Ooh! Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and punched out with both fists. Qi flew out as cold qi rampaged. The terrifying cold qi turned the entire staircase white. Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji all retreated as true qi spread out from their bodies to resist the cold qi around them. Lu Ming and Bing Kong exchanged 9 moves in a row. In the end, Lu Ming broke through Bing Kong's palm energy and charged towards him. You want me to go down first? Then I'll let you go first. Lu Ming shouted as his aura soared. The suppressing hell heavenly art in his left hand and lightning flashed in his right as he used the Thunder God strike. The lightning phoenix danced in the air, and at the same time, the suppressing hell celestial skill pressed down on Bing Kong. Bing Kong's face was gloomy as he pushed his cultivation to the limit. At the mid-stage 9th layer spirit god realm, he was slightly stronger than Zi Wuji and Jianzhan. His rich true qi was like a vast ocean, and when combined with his intent realm martial skill, his power was even more terrifying. Absolute Zero, ice-sealed world. Bing Kong's black hair turned snow-white. With a terrifying cold current, he launched a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought fiercely, exchanging dozens of moves. However, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. Now, Lu Ming had 9 dragon powers in his body. When they erupted, their power was astonishing. Just like Long Chen, even if his cultivation was lacking, he could make up for it. Lu Ming broke through the endless cold qi and charged towards Bing Kong. In the end, Bing Kong was forced back by Lu Ming's fist and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Following which, Lu Ming took a few steps forward. His fist force broke through the air and continuously blasted toward the ice. Bing Kong was no match for Lu Ming and was suppressed by him. His body shook violently as he retreated back down the stairs and landed on the platform below. Lu Ming, his combat power is so strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by him. He is indeed strong. He is only at the 8th layer spirit god realm, a level lower than Bing Kong. But he defeated Bing Kong as the weak. He is really strong. It seems like he was delayed by something before. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been so slow. That's right. We underestimated him. Previously, when Lu Ming was the 10th person to succeed, it took him more than 2 hours. Many people thought that Lu Ming's strength wasn't strong and that he might have relied on some kind of secret technique to fight with young Master Lin. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Lu Ming's strength was shocking and much stronger than they had imagined. Even Bing Kong, who had reached the mid-stage 9th layer spirit god realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such strength was really shocking. Whoosh!